recently met you, I'm in love with you, but you might decide I'm a nut. Give me a week or two to go absolutely cuckoo. Then when you see your error, then you can flee in terror like everybody else does. I only tell you this cause I'm easy to get rid of, but not if you fall in love. Now that I'm on the make, and if you make a mistake, my heart will certainly break. I'll have to jump in a lake, and all my friends will blame you. There's no telling what they'll do, it's only fair to tell you I'm absolutely cuckoo. Recently met you, I'm in love with you, but you might decide I'm a nut. Give me a week or two to go absolutely cuckoo. And when you see your error, then you can flee in terror like everybody else does. I only tell you this cause I'm easy to get rid of, but not if you fall in love. And now that I'm on the make, and if you make a mistake, my heart will certainly break. I'll have to jump in a lake, and all my friends will blame you. There's no telling what they'll do, it's only fair to tell you I'm absolutely cuckoo. It's only fair to tell you I'm absolutely cuckoo.
As good as I could possibly imagine my life getting, it did. After I met you, the way you reached inside my chest and pulled out things and sent them off. And
Probably stay, and that's all you can do. hospitalized for approaching perfection. Slowly screwing my way across Europe, they had to make a correction. Broken and smoking where the infrared deer plunge in the digital snake. I tell you they make it so you can't shake hands when they make your hand shake. I know you like to line dance, everything's so democratic and cool, but baby there's no guidance when random rules. I know that a lot of what I say has been lifted off of men's room walls. Maybe I've crossed the wrong rivers and walked down all the wrong halls, but nothing can change the fact that we used to share a bed. And that's why it scared me so when you turned to me and said, yeah, you look like someone. Yeah, you look like someone who up and left me low. Boy, you look like someone I used to know. Steve, it's because people leaving no highway will bring them back. So if you don't want me, I promise not to linger. But before I go, I've gotta ask you, dear, about that tan line on your ring finger. No one should have two lives. Now you know my middle names are wrong and right. Honey, we've got two lives to give tonight. To give tonight. To give tonight. Oh, 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 oh.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6. Running around the neighborhood, pejorative. Jinx, I said the grooms are down on me 'cause he ate the rice. It was well intentioned, but bad advice. Hell yeah, 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 yeah. Let it break through, oh, let it break through, oh, let it break through, let it break through, oh, let it break through, oh, let it break through, let it break through, oh, let it break through, oh, open the curtain and let it some sky high. It's almost 2:30 a.m. You can tell by the light. Oh yeah, open your window and let it be atmosphere. Oh yeah. Let it break through, oh, let it break through, oh, let it break through. Let it break through, oh, let it break through, oh, let it break through. Open the curtain and let in some sky high. It's almost 2:30 a.m. You can tell by the light.
Yo. What up? I made a sick TikTok. That's what was taking so long. Oh. I forgot to post it in the Discord though, didn't I? Okay. And let in the atmosphere. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh shit. I set this thing to find me a game, and then it looks, and then it never finds shit. And then right when the stream is starting, it's like, oh, hey, you want to play? Whatever. Fix your hearts or die. We never watched the new GDF video that came out. Oh, and fucking what's his name? Dude from Yemen. Yeah, I saw some interviews with Palestinians, and they were asking them. First of all, I saw fucking like white libs freaking out about it, like, "Ooh, what are we gonna do?" And first of all, what have you been doing all along? Jack shit. Shut the fuck up. Second thing, um, I saw interviews where they talked to people on the street, and they were like, they were like, yeah, it's real funny. He can come fucking, serve me my eviction papers or whatever. Like they've been telling them they had to leave all year, and they've been saying fuck you, like, um, that doesn't mean, just because Trump says it doesn't mean anything, right? Like they still have to go over there and physically extract them. Trump's just used to fucking people jumping when he says fucking how high, or saying how high when he says jump, you know? The manager? I'm the manager. I mean, are they though? I've seen, maybe it's just like the shit that they're I see quote tweeted or whatever, but I just see the same, oh, fucking Dearborn, I hope you're happy. Oh, got to get rid of Genocide Joe, didn't you? Shit like that, dude. It's so bad. Oh, like watching your country be dismantled before your eyes and you're like, that's your first fucking thought. Or even any thought that you have, you know? It's unbelievable. That's what I mean. He has to send the regular American army to go door to door. And like, maybe they could do it. It's like the Israeli army can't do that. They've blown their credibility. If people see them coming, they run, you know? Um, Maybe the American soldiers could do that because it does kind of seem like, at least with some of them, they still have some illusion of, oh, the Americans aren't the same. Which is preposterous, obviously, but you know, seems like a lot of the people on the street over there seem to have that take still. Um, I don't know. It's like I don't know what'll happen. Um, they can keep dismantling everything, you know, and like, will they eventually like cross somebody? Because I don't know. I got that. I saw that. What's his face? Who's that right wing general? I don't know. The one who's always talking about the Russia war with um McGregor, maybe some right wing general. I saw he was on Galloway. I kind of want to see his. I want to hear what a staunch imperialist says when you tell them Trump's plan is to dismantle USAID, right? Um, I want to hear what those guys think about it, because you know it's there for them, right? Dude, I saw. Remember that? Oh, what up, Pinka? What's going on, man? Um, that Bronze Age pervert take was talking about last night. I saw he like reposted it again, basically the same take. Like, uh, the left is obsessed with, or they cling desperately to the idea that the CIA was overthrowing communist regimes and not propping them up and protecting them. Just the most unbelievable shit. Like, I can't imagine like this well documented history of just like fucking, overthrowing any even remotely left wing government, and then these assholes are still like, I retweeted like somebody commenting on it, like it's not that they've got that opinion through the news or the media or from like researching it. They have that opinion exclusively because that's the only way to fucking, like bridge those contradictions, right? Like, you have to have something that tells you that if you need to go there and tell everybody that the USAID is a woke viper's nest, right? Um, but the very clearly demonstrated historical record is that they've been as anti-communist as it's possible, as much as they could get away with. Um, that's the kind of fucking bullshit you have to lie to yourself about. I don't think they heard that opinion anywhere, because I don't think a right wing commentator like Jesse Wooders wouldn't be able to get away with that, right? Only some fucking asshole on Twitter can get away with something like that. Like, it's the same people who say shit like, "Oh, the fucking the National Socialists were socialists." It's actually even worse than that. It's worse than that. Because, like, you don't, if the Nazis they weren't really in power long enough to, like, like, look at them outside of the war context. So you can tell yourself all kinds of shit about that. But the CIA, for decades, they continue to do it. They just fucking try to overthrow like several governments in the last couple of years, right? Like, you need to ignore all that shit. Oh, yeah. Here, actually, let's watch this first.
In Venezuela, President Nicolás Maduro announced the activation of the fifth transformation set to consolidate a
Dude, I wish
model
we had
of
a fifth
direct
transformation.
democracy.
Jesus.
The Argentinian government announced its withdrawal from the World Health Organization and affirmed that it will not allow interventions by foreign
So this asshole's just going to do everything Trump does?
Affairs.
Oh, man.
Russia and Ukraine carried out an exchange of 150 prisoners each following a negotiation brokered by the United Arab Emirates. Hello and welcome to From the South. I'm Alejandra Garcia from Telesur Studios in Caracas, Venezuela.
Oh my God, can you imagine, Pinko?
Stay with us.
We talk about that a lot, like, just all the opportunity cost, all those fucking socialist governments overthrown. This thing, we could have had, like, most of the world under communism now. Like,
In Venezuela, President Nicolás Maduro announced the activation of the fifth transformation set to consolidate a model of direct democracy. The president announced a profound process of repoliticization in the country in the framework of Venezuela's seven transformations plan for the homeland. In this context, the fifth transformation seeks to hand all political power to the people. President Maduro highlighted the need to change set structures to protect the people and move forward in the achievement of development goals at a national and regional levels.
We have to overturn the remains of the bourgeois state, bureaucratic, deaf, blind, mute, as my friend Shakira's song goes. The bourgeois state, deaf, blind and mute, that does not see the people, that does not listen to the people,
that's a
that
Shakira
does not
song?
feel the people,
That's pretty cool.
that old bourgeois state. This year 2025 we have to overturn it like a sock and turn it into a direct, popular, democratic state.
The Venezuelan president informed that the first popular consultation of the year had already more than 97% of its projects approved.
We had the first national consultation of the projects for the communal circuits, of the projects that were debated.
what?
Prepared and presented by the people in the full and non-transferable exercise of their sovereignty.
If you see somebody say,
And so far
CCP, you can just ignore them.
97.99% of the projects have been assigned.
those acronyms?
We have assigned already almost 100% of the projects.
The extraordinary plenary session of the 5th Congress of the Socialist Party of Venezuela continued its second day on Wednesday in Caracas. During the session, the member of the party's National Directorate, Francisco Ameliak, highlighted the importance of the 7 transformations proposed by President Nicolás Maduro, which he deemed fundamental for the new phase of socialism. On the other hand, another PSUV member and Vice President of Planning, Ricardo Menéndez, affirmed that the leading role of the Bolivarian Revolution must be exercised from the streets. Likewise, the party's first vice president, Diosdado Cabello, recalled that all those present at the political event are duly qualified to be elected as governors and mayors, but pointed out
they're not interns for fucking Doge?
to apply for such political posts.
Profile and characteristics to be eligible as a candidate for the PSUV. It has long been established that he or she must possess, among other conditions, the following characteristics: to be a Venezuelan citizen, to be a revolutionary and a patriot, to be an anti-imperialist, a Chavista, a defender of the legacy of the Supreme Commander Hugo Chavez in every space, to be a factor of unity with recognized ethics and morals, and to be a member of PSUV or the JPSUV.
Cabello also reminded that every citizen could run for public offices
get that last
provided
step.
he or she does not
And the first
promote hatred, intolerance, and treason to the homeland.
For the offices of governor and mayor, they need to be 25 years of age or older. For the offices of deputy, legislator, or counselor, over 21 years of age, they couldn't have been sentenced for any criminal offense or disqualified by the office of the Comptroller General of the Republic. They should keep a record of impeccable conduct and have not incurred in the promotion of hatred, intolerance, discrimination, treason, as well as adopted fascist or neo-fascist positions or similar expressions or
It's like
any
the way these fucking childless fucking cat fathers online talk about the fucking Department of Education. It's so obvious they don't have fucking kids, right? Like, are you kidding me? Like, anybody who has kids would not even be fucking playing around with that shit. Like, and it's like they'll say shit like, "Oh, it only provides a small percentage of the funding for schools." I'm like, motherfucker, any amount of funding for a school is a huge amount if you're talking about fucking turning it off overnight, right? It's like we talk about we plan years, and I'm on the school board at my kid's school. We plan years in advance for what we think the funding regimen will be like. If we think that somebody's going to win and they're going to cut funding, then we plan in advance for that. For them to talk about turning this shit off overnight, it's like, yeah, okay. That it's not dealing with the American right is not they are not it's the same thing with the market. You know, we always talk about how the market signals are broken, you know, you can't, it's not inflation doesn't go up because there's more demand or whatever. It goes up because they fucking want to they think they can get away with gouging us a little bit more, you know, it's the same thing with the hogs, right? The hogs are not responding to things that their politicians do. They're responding to things their politicians tell them to respond to, you know? They really don't understand the issues to be angry unless they're told to be angry. So you would think that them cutting funding to your kid's school might be something that would bug you, but you know, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Because I mean, again, I've always said, if we had any type of truthful discussion, we would win every time, no chance. Or even if we just had truthful news reporting, right? We'd be in a much better position. It's they have to heap so much bullshit out there every single night on a routine over and over and over again. Some fucking whoppers. So yeah, I don't know. There's no comfort down that route, you know.
other conduct that affects the interests of the nation or publicly. Act in contempt of the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic.
As the election campaign in Ecuador
Just
draws to a close,
it should have been obvious, right from the jump. As soon as they were talking about oh, we gotta fucking find waste and efficiencies and whatever, and they're not immediately talking about the fucking Pentagon, then you know they're full of shit. Basic fact, right? Everyone knows most of our fucking government spending is in the military, and hasn't never passed an audit. Everybody knows that, right? Then to pretend that oh yeah, we're gonna go after fucking USAID that's the way to cut the budget. Okay, dude.
As the candidate for the Citizen Revolution endorses her recommendations for the nation's institutional and social recovery, Gonzalez had
I'm sure they all have kids in private schools is the issue. They don't know how much their kids' school's funded, right? And by the way, we probably fund the private schools too. It's just that if their funding gets cut, then they can their parents will foot the bill or whatever. They can send out a letter to the parents, and the parents will fucking pay the difference, right? We can't do that. We can't even get we have to You do fundraisers to pay for like field trips and shit, right? Like that's how schools in the city are.
Campaign closings in Quevedo, Vinces, Ventanas, and Babahoyo, among other towns in the province of Los Rios. Amid the events, the presidential candidate said that if she wins the elections, the first actions she will take include creating security offices with the judicial authorities, restoring
again,
the
like I'm
country's
saying,
institutionality,
it's
and
like
reducing the VAT.
they don't have to appeal to the voters. It's just fucking, oh, you want them to cut your kid's dick off? Okay, vote for them. Like shit like that. That's it. That's the issue. That's all there is to it. It's either like, oh, you want to do communism? Oh, okay. It's like Trump is he's protecting America or whatever. Like those are the options. They literally fucking think this, or at least they pretend to.
To 13%
Which,
by
you know, is
decree.
embarrassing.
The candidate has gotten a lot of support on her tours and has declared that Revive Ecuador will be her government's motto.
Some should cut their dicks off. You know what I'm saying?
The Argentine government ordered the withdrawal of the country from the World Health Organization and affirmed that it will not allow interventions by foreign organizations that threaten its sovereignty. President Javier Milei ordered the withdrawal this Wednesday and affirmed that he had already given instructions to Foreign Minister Gerardo Wertheim to define the definitive exit from the World Health Organization. Milei said that the decision comes as a result of the differences with the organization regarding health management. The president
Just gave the kids
emphasized
money
that
for
this
chocolate
decision
bars
will
yesterday.
not affect the country because they do not receive resources from the World Health Organization, and that it will also allow health policies to be implemented according to the interests of Argentinians. And now we have a short break coming up, but we'll be right back. Stay with us. Our U.S. counterpart definitively suspend these measures and maintain their trade agreement. Sheinbaum also highlighted the strength of the negotiations with Washington and insisted on the importance of promoting not only the country but also North America as a whole. In this context, the Prime Minister of Canada also temporarily suspended the measures he had imposed in response to Trump's increase in tariffs.
Now they are paused. There is no reason to speculate about what will happen in a month's time. We are confident that we are going to reach a good agreement with the United States government and that the issue of tariffs will now, as I told President Trump, be permanently suspended.
Also, during her morning speech, the Mexican president highlighted the strengthening of the oil industry initiated by former head of state Andrés Manuel López Obrador and assured that there will be no problems with the United States regarding oil.
What are you, a Fed?
President López Obrador proposed a strategy when he
that's
entered
not
that all
working?
the oil produced for internal consumption should be refined in Mexico. That is why the integral improvement of all refineries and the new Olmeca refinery in Paraíso, Tabasco. The Olmeca refinery is finished. Today it has a small problem, as I said yesterday, of the crude oil that has desalinization problems, but it is finished, and when it is operating at its maximum capacity, practically no oil will be exported, everything will be for internal consumption, so this gives us a lot of strength as a country, and in reality the tariffs do not have to do with the price of
What happened to
oil.
that lady's nose?
The president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, admitted that the great majority of the commitments acquired by his administration have not been fulfilled. During the live transmission of the Council of Ministers on Tuesday, the head of state expressed his frustration with the lack of execution of his government's programs, qualifying as fatal the report of non-compliances that revealed 146 out of 195 commitments were not achieved. The president insisted on the need to transform the government apparatus in order to advance in the changes established in his agenda. Petro stressed that many of his proposals face bureaucratic obstacles and lack of will from his own ministers. After the presentation of the internal study of non-fulfillment of commitments, President Gustavo Petro wrote in his X account, "Yesterday, a study of the number of commitments made to the people and the high percentage of non-fulfillment in a differential manner in the ministries was presented to the Council of Ministers. I decided to expose it to the people in order to obtain the cabinet response to this non-compliance. It was prepared to debate the response and launch the criminalistic and self-destructive attack that is a historical tradition not only
What up,
of
yo?
the left but also of Colombia.
Sorry,
The
I'm trying
government
to-
will be adjusted according to the level of execution of each ministry. I want in the remaining time and after great progress in some matters and little progress in others, a united and transparent government facing the people and with the people. I do not want a government with double agendas, but neither do I want a government of a single color because the people are multicolored.
Sorry, I'm trying to get the TTS
It
to
is
work.
the
What's
people
up?
who are in
What's going
charge,
on?
no one else."
Hey.
In this
going on?
context, and after Petro's statements on the
Hey,
non-compliance of
subscriber.
his government,
Yo.
the Minister of Interior Juan Fernando
going on?
Cristo urged all the heads of the portfolios of Petro's
know why
government
that's not
to
working.
resign so that the head of state can reorganize his administration. Cristo affirmed that the Colombian president is not satisfied
This
with
is
the
only real
results
news,
of his cabinet.
newscasting.
Meanwhile, he highlighted his disagreement on the publication of the management report and assured that Petro must have limits.
What's
In
going on?
addition, the Minister of Cultures, Arts and Knowledge of Colombia, Juan Correa, presented his resignation by means of a letter expressing the following: "I publicly reiterate my gratitude for the recognition and invitation to work for the first progressive government of Colombia. It has been a tremendously enriching work for me. The cultural sector is left with a 5-year cultural plan, a reform to general cultural law that I hope can be implemented in the Congress and an institutional strengthening underway, as well as the plans you entrusted us with, artistic and cultural training in
What's wrong with
public
this
schools
guy?
in Colombia, and
Is he
the
a
San
Duque
Juan
guy?
Rios and Galeon San Jose projects." For his part, former Foreign Minister Álvaro Leiva Duran said, "It is up to me today to state the following. I have not communicated with the President for months.
Look.
It is impossible to have any
Hey,
dialogue
I didn't
with
know
him.
we had that.
I have kept rigorous silence, watching
Cool.
from a distance the slow sinking of his government project. I try to guide him by means of the mechanisms within my reach. A state of decomposition is in the air. I am not inventing anything. Perhaps the homeland has to overcome this calamity. I repeat the question I asked before.
Is this the
Will
guy?
it be the foretaste of something more profound for which we Colombians must prepare our lives?" We have a second short break coming up, but before we invite you to visit our YouTube channel at Telesur English, there you'll be able to rewatch our interviews, top stories, special broadcastings, and more. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell to stay up to date on the world's most recent events. Find a short break, don't go away. Prisoner Society denounced that the Zionist troops kidnapped 14 Palestinian civilians. In addition, they denounced the incursion of the army of Tel Aviv in that territory, which causes food shortages while destroying the infrastructure, affecting the supply of basic services such as electricity and drinking water in several areas of the city. The Palestinian government condemned the interference threats of the United States regarding the appropriation of the Gaza Strip after the displacement of its citizens. President Mahmoud Abbas assured that they will not allow
That
the
guy.
violation of the
That fucking
rights
guy.
of the Palestinian people who have struggled for decades to achieve the freedom of an independent state. Abbas also reaffirmed
Trump loves
the
that guy.
calls of the Trump administration seriously violate international law
That's one of Trump's
and urged the
favorites.
United Nations to take urgent measures to protect
not sure why.
citizens. On the other hand, the Palestinian president welcomed Saudi Arabia's position of defending an independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. The government
Yeah,
of
Trump
China
probably
condemns the
goes to those
statements of
meetings.
the President of the United States, Donald Trump, to take control.
He probably presents himself like he probably goes to those meetings and he's like, guys, I wish I could do it. I just can't. I can't stop killing your people. It's not gonna happen. I understand. Look, I would love to. Trust me. I just can't do it. My people won't let me. Sorry, boys. You're gonna have to keep dying. Like, effectively, right? It's the same way that he gets away with it here, right? He can be an outsider or an insider depending on what the situation entails. He can probably bet you he does the same thing when he goes to meetings in foreign countries. Like, or I just mean that he probably I don't know if he says it exactly, but he probably implies like, you know, it's a Zionist occupied government, you know, I can't do anything about it, guys. Sorry. Shit like that, you know.
Of the Gaza Strip. The spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, Lin Jian.
Like, if any of those people from Michigan go, like, fucking get him on the phone and they call him angry, like, what the fuck, man? You said you were going to stop the war, and, you know, that's the kind of routine he would do. If they somehow miraculously got him on the phone.
Manifested his opposition to the forced displacement of the Gaza people. This in view of the declarations of the US administration that the Palestinians should settle in the nations of Jordan and Egypt, labeling the Gaza Strip as uninhabitable. Beijing urges consideration of a ceasefire and post-conflict management in the enclave in order to establish a political solution in both states. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva also rejected Trump's proposal to take over the Gaza Strip, arguing that it is the Palestinians who should take care of their territory.
The ones who should take care of Gaza are the Palestinians. They need to receive reparations for everything that was destroyed so they can rebuild their homes, hospitals, and schools and live with dignity.
The United Nations Special Rapporteur of Human Rights in Palestine, Francesca Albanese, rejected President Donald Trump's proposal to take over the Gaza Strip and resettle its people.
President Trump, where to start? The short answer to your question is what he proposes is utter nonsense.
Is what?
Utter nonsense. Is nonsense. And it's unlawful. What he proposes, people talk of ethnic cleansing. No, it's worse. It's worse. It's forced displacement. Is inciting to commit forced displacement, which is an international crime. Forced displacement and further dispossession, and in the context of a genocide, it will strengthen the complicity in the crimes that Israel has been committing over the past 15 months and before.
The governments of Russia and Ukraine carried out on Wednesday an exchange of 150 prisoners each following a negotiation brokered by the United Arab Emirates. According to Moscow's Ministry of Defense, the Russian soldiers are in Belarus, where they are receiving psychological and medical treatment. The troops were offered the possibility to contact their families and will be transferred later on to Russia for further treatment and rehabilitation. More than 45 prisoner exchanges have taken place between Russia and Ukraine since 2022, during which each side recovered about 3,000 prisoners. China and Pakistan strengthened bilateral strategic cooperation ties with the signing of new agreements in Beijing. At the Great People's Palace in the Chinese capital, the leaders of the two countries signed agreements in areas such as the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, trade, technology and media. The Chinese head of state Xi Jinping expressed his desire for Islamabad to benefit from the reforms and high-level opening up being carried out by Beijing. For his part, Pakistani President Asif Ali Zardari expressed his his country's interest in learning from the experience of the People's Republic, especially in terms of modernization and industrialization, while
That's the
thanking
thing. They
China
want that
for its
part.
support for Pakistan's economic and social development.
That's why they want that Donbass so bad, because it's where all the fucking resources are.
And like this, we have come to the end of this news brief. But remember, you can find these and many other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net and join us on social media. We are on Facebook, X, Instagram,
I mean, first the reason they're Nazis, but second, you know, they also. Gravely miscalculates how much Americans care about USAID. No one fucking cares about USAID. Oh my god, dude, the Democrats are so fucking terrible. I can't get over it. Every single thing I see from them. Oh. Ooh. I mean, I hate Jimmy Fallon, man. I'd like to see this. Jimmy Fallon went to Bayside High with the Saved by the Bell cast. Oh, I thought it was like an update. Never mind. That was dumb. Oh, wow, it is.
Hello everyone, I'm Rania Kalik and this is Dispatches. During the genocide in Gaza, one of the poorest countries in the world, Yemen, stood up against Israel and its Western backers, blocking ships in the Red Sea and firing missiles at Tel Aviv. The US and Israel responded by repeatedly bombing Yemen. The US also tightened sanctions and redesignated Ansar Allah, often referred to in the West as the Houthis, as a terrorist organization several times over. In spite of these consequences, Ansar Allah maintained its position of inflicting material consequences on Israel until the genocide in Gaza stopped. Now that a ceasefire has finally been declared, I'm joined by Mohammed al-Bukhaiti, a senior political official and spokesperson for Yemen's Ansar Allah, to discuss Yemen's intervention against genocide and what comes next for his movement.
She should do a podcast with Ross.
Mohammed, welcome back to the show.
It would be so sick.
مرحبا بكم.
So there's so much to talk about. I guess let's start with the ceasefire in Gaza. Your organization played a role in intervening against the genocide in Gaza, and now that the ceasefire has been declared, will Ansar Allah stop blocking commercial ships in the Red Sea? And will Ansar Allah restart its attacks if the ceasefire in Gaza breaks down?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نحن صادقين فيما أعلنا عنه في السابق بأن عملياتنا العسكرية المساندة لغزة ستتوقف بمجرد التوصل لاتفاق الوقف إطلاق النار وتنفيذه. ولكن المشكلة أن الكيان الصهيوني لم يلتزم حتى الآن تنفيذ كل بنود الاتفاق، حيث قام بقتل عدد من الفلسطينيين في غزة وكذلك في جنوب لبنان، وأيضا حول عمليات عسكرية إلى الضفة الغربية. وبالتالي نحن الآن لازلنا نراقب مدى التزام هذا الكيان الصهيوني بتنفيذ الاتفاق حتى يتم الإعلان عن وقف عملياتنا العسكرية المساندة لغزة بشكل كامل. ولكن حتى الآن معظم عملياتنا العسكرية تقريبا قد تم إيقافها، وعلى أمريكا وبريطانيا وكذلك كل الدول الغربية أن تضغط على الكيان من أجل الالتزام باتفاق وقف إطلاق النار، لأن الكيان يسعى لوقف إطلاق النار من طرف واحد.
How do you respond to the accusation that blocking and even attacking those ships was an act of, terrorism?
لقد تم تصنيفنا كمنظمة
I bet you he's got his dagger.
في وقت سابق قبل عملياتنا العسكرية في المساندة لفلسطين. صحيح أن بايدن قد تراجع عن هذا القرار، ولكن
Biden backed off that designation, but Trump was always thus putting us back on the terrorist list, just an implementation of U.S. policy. I mean, they should have at least used it for negotiating. It has nothing to do with our military. But in general, if there's negative consequences for this designation, many interests will be an appropriate response by Yemen to this designation. And the biggest loser will be the U.S. Also, we have to ask ourselves, who is the terrorist? Is he the one committing the genocide and massacres in Gaza and supporting these crimes and their perpetrators?
ويدعم مرتكبيها أم من يناضل من أجل وقف مثل تلك الجرائم. وبالتالي الإرهابي هو الكيان الصهيوني وكل داعميه وعلى رأسهم الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وكذلك إلى حد كبير بريطانيا. ولا بد أن يكون هناك عالمي واقعي ومنطقي في تصنيف من هو الإرهابي حتى لا نمكن أمريكا من استخدام تصنيف الإرهاب كسلاح لتصفية خصوماتها مع الآخرين وأيضا تمكينها من الإفلات من جرائم الإرهاب التي ترتكبها.
Does the ceasefire in Gaza also mean that Ansar Allah will stop attacking U.S. warships, or is the presence of U.S. warships seen as a separate issue from the genocide in Gaza?
لقد تم وقف كل عملياتنا العسكرية بشكل
Military operations have ceased, except for the military operations that target the Zionist entity ship traffic. Whether it's military or commercial, and that is until the Zionist entity implements all the terms of the agreement, because the ceasefire is a commitment on both sides.
لأن وقف إطلاق النار هو التزام على الطرفين ولذلك الكيان الصهيوني هو دائما يسعى
That's why it always seeks to break the agreement, the ceasefire.
يعني لنقض اتفاقيات وقف إطلاق النار بينما
continue to try to force new rules of engagement that are based on a unilateral ceasefire. This is not fair because the killing continues against the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank and also in South Lebanon. Why is everyone asking us to abide by that agreement while the Zionist entity does not commit to it?
ويقوم بنقضه بشكل ممنهج ومتعمد.
Breaches it intentionally and systematically. It's not an issue of unintentional breaches.
So just to clarify, you're maintaining basically the boycott of any ships headed for Israel.
نعم حتى يلتزم الكيان الصهيوني بتنفيذ
until the Zionist agreement demands which are realistic, logical, and just. Seriously, stop fucking killing people.
You mentioned earlier the designation of Ansar Allah. One of the first things that Trump did upon entering office was to redesignate Ansar Allah as a foreign terrorist organization. And of course, it was already redesignated as such under the Biden administration. But by doing this, Trump has imposed is going to impose harsher economic penalties on Ansar Allah. So I'm curious, what is your response to this measure by Donald Trump?
نحن نتوقع أن يكون هناك
expect negative consequences as a result of the U.S. designation.
التصنيف الأمريكي وهذا مرتبط
This depends on how other countries commit to the implementation of the U.S. decision.
وتنفيذ هذا القرار الأمريكي. وبالتالي سيكون هناك
appropriate responses from us accordingly, whether against the U.S. or against
سواء ضد الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية أو ضد الدول
the countries that will rush to implement the unfair U.S. decision.
لتنفيذ مثل ذلك القرار الأمريكي الظالم من أجل بهدف إيذاء اليمن اقتصاديا أو حتى عسكريا أو سياسيا. لذلك نحن نؤكد من جديد موقفنا بأن موقفنا هو موقف أخلاقي سواء فيما يتعلق بنصرة المستضعفين في فلسطين أو فيما يتعلق بالدفاع عن سيادة واستقلال اليمن وعلى بقية الدول ألا تتورط مع أمريكا في أي عمل يضر بمصالح اليمن وبالذات الدول العربية المجاورة وعلى رأسها السعودية والإمارات.
And Mohammed al-Bukhaiti, are you worried with Trump in office specifically, since he and people like his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, have advocated harsher attacks against Ansar Allah, or do you see this as a continuation of the last administration? And I would add to that, does Ansar Allah have any diplomatic communications or back channels with the Americans?
We
fear no one but God. We do not fear Trump or anyone else. The U.S. has tried to confront Yemen militarily.
مواجهة اليمن عسكريا من أجل وقف عملياتنا العسكرية المساندة لغزة ولكنها فشلت.
The forces to stop our military operations in support of God.
وبالتالي نحن
It failed badly, and thus we are ready for any escalation by the U.S.
وسنقابل التصعيد بالتصعيد والتحدي بالتحدي. وسبق وراهنت الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في أكثر من مناسبة للقضاء علينا ولهزيمتنا من عام 2004 وحتى الآن، ولكن كل خياراتها وكل محاولاتها فشلت. هذا من ناحية. من ناحية ثانية لا يوجد بيننا اتصال مباشر مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، ولكن بالتأكيد هناك اتصالات غير مباشرة
We assure everyone that we are intent on restoring full stability in the region, and that will only happen when the Zionist entity commits to the ceasefire agreement, for the ceasefire to be from all sides, not just a unilateral one, as the Zionist entity aspires it to be. Also to cease all the military operations against Yemen, which started since 2015.
ضد اليمن التي بدأت منذ عام 2015 ويتم رفع الحصار بشكل كامل وانسحاب كل القوات
الأجنبية. Siege to be fully lifted and the withdrawal of all foreign forces from Yemen. These are fair demands which should achieve stability.
You know, during the genocide in Gaza, Yemen was the only country that was militarily intervening to stop it. Yemen did this despite having very few resources, still recovering from a US-backed war on Yemen, and in spite of huge consequences from the West and Israel, including the bombing of Yemen. And this led many people to ask, you know, why Yemen is risking so much for Palestine. Others thought it was crazy because it invites so much destruction of Yemen from much more powerful forces. So why was Yemen willing to risk so much for Palestine during this genocide?
لأن اليمن يتخذ قراراته
Yemen makes its decisions based on ethical and humanitarian considerations,
والإنسانية وليس على
not based on economic interest and greed, political or else.
أو الأطماع السياسية أو غيرها. أيضا نحن أيضا نتخذ قراراتنا بناء على التوجيهات الإلهية.
We also make decisions based on faith.
قد أمرنا
Against any enemy, no matter how strong. God ordered us to support the oppressed.
مهما كانت قوته.
Yes, seriously.
وأيضا أمرنا بأن نناصر
Any enemy, no matter how strong, God also orders. That's why for us, we think that wars can be legitimate in only two situations.
لسببين فقط، وهو للدفاع عن النفس أو نصرة المظلومين في الأرض مهما كلفنا ذلك من تضحية. هذا من جانب. من جانب آخر أمريكا لن تترك أحد في المنطقة ولا في العالم في سلام. فنحن قد عانينا كثيرا نتيجة للعدوان الأمريكي سواء كان مباشر أو غير مباشر
mercenaries in Yemen and tools in the region. Yeah, they fucking have all these mercenaries.
المنطقة وأمريكا قد كبدت اليمن
many losses since it toppled the regime of Ibrahim al-Hamdi in 1978, who was considered the best ruler of Yemen. Motherfuckers, dude.
الذي كان يعد أفضل حاكم لليمن وأتوا بأسوأ
brought in the worst ruler of Yemen, Abdullah Saleh. That's why everyone should
لذلك على الجميع
take note that Yemen is different and that we take our decisions based on our God instructions in order to fulfill our ethical,
الإلهية ومن أجل الإيثاق
human and religious obligations.
الأخلاقية والإنسانية.
And they should not bet on their strength to make us surrender, because we shall continue until we meet these noble ethical and human goals.
لأننا سنستمر حتى تحقيق تلك الأهداف الأخلاقية والإنسانية النبيلة.
One of your leaders, Sayyid al-Houthi, said recently that your movement sent a request to countries like Saudi Arabia and Jordan urging them to let Yemeni soldiers pass towards Palestine, but that this request was ignored. Can you tell us more about this?
عندما بدأ الكيان الصهيوني بارتكاب مجازر
When
الإبادة
the Zionist entity started to commit its genocidal crimes in Gaza, we decided to intervene on their behalf. We asked some Arab regimes, including Saudi Arabia and Jordan, to allow for our troops to move in order to be in position for direct confrontation with the Zionist entity. Had we had this opportunity, we would have decided this battle with the entity and end its existence. But they refused, especially Saudi Arabia. We said at least do not interfere with our aircraft that are targeting the death of the Zionist entity.
التي تستهدف عمق الكيان الصهيوني لأننا قد نضطر
We might need to use their airspace. They refused. Saudi Arabia, we had to use all the airspace that we needed, and everyone knows that Saudi Arabia
كافة الأجواء بقدر الإمكان.
And Jordan and the other Arab and Islamic countries unfortunately contributed to intercepting our missile and airstrikes, whether against the entity or its ship traffic. And we did not respond to that. We were patient, hoping that they would change their mind in the future.
You know, the Israelis very effectively targeted the leadership of Hezbollah and Hamas during this genocide, and there had been whispers that they might do the same with Ansar Allah in Yemen. Has your organization discussed or prepared for the scenario of Israel targeting your leadership? And do you think that the geographical distance between the Israelis and Yemen makes you less vulnerable to that?
كان هناك حديث داخل المؤسسة العسكرية الإسرائيلية وكذلك الأمريكية وكذلك أدواتهم في المنطقة الذين سارعوا لمطالبة أمريكا والكيان باستهداف قيادات في أنصار الله. ولكن نحن حينها أكدنا بأن أفضل وسيلة للدفاع بالنسبة لنا هي الهجوم. وقلنا لهم بشكل واضح If
the battle will turn into one of targeting leaders, we will respond the same way, whether against military or political leaders of the Zionist entity or the U.S. or any country that gets involved. Oh my God. In the targeting of the military and political leaders of Ansar Allah. That's why we warn the Zionist entity and we warn the U.S. not to target any of our leadership.
من أي استهداف لقيادات أنصار الله لأننا سنرد بالمثل وسنضرب.
We will answer the same way and hit with an iron fist, and we have the ability and courage to do so.
القدرة على ذلك والجرأة على تنفيذ ذلك.
I want to shift the conversation a bit to some recent developments with Syria. You in particular have expressed a great deal of criticism of the new Syrian regime under Mohammed al-Jawlani, also known as Ahmed al-Shara. And you've also criticized the Muslim Brotherhood more generally. Can you explain to our audience what you find problematic about the new Syrian regime under Hayat Tahrir al-Sham that has replaced the government of Bashar al-Assad?
طوفان الأقصى هو وحد الأمة الإسلامية إلى حد كبير.
The Al-Aqsa flood united the Islamic Ummah, started with the battle in Syria, and that timing unfortunately tore the Ummah apart. It was like a dagger in the back of the resistance axis, because everyone knows that Syria was the main support of the Lebanese and Palestinian resistance and Abu Muhammad Julani. They stated that Syria will not be a place from where attacks are launched against Israel. Shocking. They didn't respond to the Israeli attacks that destroyed Syria's military.
ولم يردوا على توسيع الكيان الصهيوني لاحتلاله في سوريا
سواء في
دمشق أو في القنيطرة وبالتالي الحكومة السورية الجديدة أو النظام السوري الجديد هو سيخدم المصالح الأمريكية
الإسرائيلية. The Syrian government will serve the U.S. and Israeli interests. It's very normal for us to critique the strife that took place in Syria.
والتي أثرت بشكل سلبي
negatively affected the unity of the Ummah. Major accomplishment for the Zionist entity in the U.S. was Syria has exited the resistance access and has become a tool in the hand of the U.S. and Zionists.
وأصبحت أداة بيد أمريكا والكيان الصهيوني. أضف إلى ذلك أن الجولاني
used to belong to Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
التنظيم القاعدة
He has committed
داعش. وقد ارتكب الكثير من
a lot of crimes, and he is still committing more crimes. The only difference is that they make sure that they happen off camera, not like they used to in the past.
عن الكاميرات وليس كما كانوا يعملون في السابق.
Sure that it happened off camera. We also noticed the Wahhabi movement and also the Muslim Brotherhood, unfortunately, always move within the context of U.S. interests. In the past, they've clashed with Arab nationalists and also the Arab left, which was confronting the Zionist entity.
الذي كان يواجه الكيان الصهيوني أيضا تصادموا مع دول محور.
They clash with countries of the resistance axis. They are also in a constant clash with countries that have supported the Arab cause, the top of which is the Palestinian cause. They were and still are confrontational with Russia. They were and still are confrontational with China. They were also confrontational with India, and they only changed their position towards India after India changed its position and became one of the biggest allies of the Zionist entity. Unfortunately, Wahhabism and the Muslim Brotherhood move within the context of U.S. interests for many reasons that
يتحركون في سياق مصالح أمريكا لأسباب كثيرة
would take too long to explain.
The change in government in Syria has also reignited sectarianism in the region in a significant way, with supporters of HTS diminishing the role that Shia resistance forces like Hezbollah or like a country like Iran have played in supporting Palestine. What are your thoughts on this sectarianism? Who does it benefit? And do you think the region and the resistance can overcome this divide?
بعد سيطرة الجولاني وجماعته على دمشق نحن
After Jilani took over Damascus, we accepted it as a new reality. We advised the new authority in Damascus to issue a general amnesty because their ability to control most Syrian territory
الوصول من السيطرة على معظم الأراضي السورية وكان نتيجة
was due to security promises they made to all their opponents. We also assured them that if there is any attack on them by the Zionist entity or the U.S., we would stand by their side, but unfortunately they are not qualified to lead Syria.
لإدارة سوريا لأنهم يتحركون من منطلقات
They're moved purely by sectarian considerations. And thus the situation in Syria will not stabilize, unfortunately. For example, we have noticed they are very strict in chasing down Shia and Alawites, also former regime supporters, and they perpetrate many massacres while they behave like sheep with the Zionist entity which occupied additional Syrian land.
وكذلك يتعاملون بلطف شديد مع عناصر
They also deal very gently with Israeli occupation soldiers who enter and search Syrian homes and confiscate weapons in their homes, and they're building new military bases.
ويبنون قواعد عسكرية جديدة. وكان بإمكان الجولاني
can't bring stability back to Syria by behaving like a state that takes in all the components of the Syrian people and by turning a new page. What? Especially since the crimes committed by Jilani and his people far supersede the crimes committed by the Syrian regime. Yeah, say that again.
وبذلك سيستطيع أن يواجه كل التدخلات
The way he could have faced all foreign interventions, Israeli, Turkish, or any other side, could have reunited Syria and built a state for all. God damn it. Makes me so angry.
ولكنه للأسف الشديد فوت هذه الفرصة لأنهم يتحركون من خلال الأحقاد وليس من خلال القيم الأخلاقية
Save us, space brothers.
And then
You're
one
our
last
only
thing
hope.
on Syria. You know, the former Syrian government under Bashar al-Assad has been accused by some in the resistance axis of refusing to open up a front against Israel during the genocide, despite several pleas from its allies. What are your thoughts on these accusations?
Of course, the Assad regime made a huge mistake by not opening the Syrian front to support the cause and stand with our brethren in Gaza. He also did not respond to repeated Israeli aggressions, and that was a mistake. Regime reasons were justified militarily and materially because they would say that they have to fight on two fronts, on one front with the Zionists and with Takfiri groups, headed by the Gilani people, and that some Arab and Islamic regimes might get involved to support these elements in Syria. But as I mentioned, the difference between Syria and us is our faith in God is not based on military and material calculations in general. The Syrian regime was mistaken. I even wrote a post on X where I warned the Syrian regime of the danger of not opening a front against the Zionist entity. Deep State going for their signal.
فإنه سيجد نفسه وحيدا في المواجهة مستقبلا وقد غضب الكثير من المنتمين للنظام السوري من ذلك المنشور وطالبوني بحثه مرارا وتكرارا ولكن تأكد
but what we warned would happen did happen because in the end
لأنه فعلا اضطر في النهاية
to go into battle alone. That was a strategic mistake.
بشكل منفرد ووحيدا وهذا خطأ استراتيجي لأن الباطل في
Evil in the world always unites, and we have as countries of the resistance access
وعلينا كمحور دول المقاومة
not to allow the U.S. and the Zionist entity to take us down individually, but I repeat that we in Yemen are capable, thanks to God, to confront the Zionist entity and confront the U.S. even if we have to do it alone.
You know, can you tell us about how the resistance axis coordinated during the genocide, if they did it all? You know, watching from outside, it seemed that sometimes operations may have been planned together. Like one day the Iraqi groups would strike
from Ansar Allah. I don't know what his title is.
Was this intentional? Was it coincidental? Were you in contact with the other
Muhammad
organizations in the region that were operating against Israel?
كان هناك تنسيق كبير مع المقاومة الفلسطينية في غزة.
Major coordination with the Palestinian resistance in Gaza and also with the Iraqi resistance since Al-Aqsa flood coordination levels were rising.
وعمليات التنسيق كانت ترتقي.
Dude, the fucking Syria, man. Oh my God.
لدرجة أن الكثير من العمليات
to the point that many of the operations carried out by the Yemeni armed forces were carried out at the request of our brothers in Hamas. They would sometimes be surprised at how quickly we carry out the operations that they requested. There were also operations that were carried out simultaneously or in succession, and they were planned between Yemen and the brothers in Iraq. This had never happened before. Than what happened in 73 in terms of coordination between the Egyptian front and the Syrian front. This is considered a major advance for the countries of the Axis. You have resistance, and in general there will be major repercussions for Al-Aqsa flood. Major changes over the Arab and Islamic world.
ولن تكون في صالح أمريكا والكيان الصهيوني.
They will not be in favor of the U.S. or Zionist countries of the axis of resistance. We trust in God that we shall be victorious.
بنصر الله سبحانه وتعالى.
Fucking Giga Chad.
I want to ask you about lessons and winning and losing. After all that's been lost in Gaza, in Lebanon, and also for the Israelis, because the Israelis lost a lot as well. I'm wondering how you see, in the aftermath of all this, do you see anyone coming out victorious and anyone coming out as a loser? And on top of that, do you think there were any mistakes by the resistance axis that will be maybe reflected on for, the next round?
الخسائر كبيرة على جميع الأطراف، سواء الكيان الصهيوني وحلفائه أو دول محور المقاومة. ولكن بالنتيجة الكيان الصهيوني وحلفائه لم يتمكنوا من تحقيق
finish off the Islamic resistance of Hamas and Islamic Jihad
الإسلامية، حماس وكذلك الجهاد الإسلامي، بل على العكس من ذلك.
Quite the opposite. Palestinian resistance is more popular, not only inside Palestine, but also on the level of the Islamic world. There was an unprecedented global understanding of the suffering of the Palestinian people, and today there are many supporters who are in solidarity against the Palestinian suffering. Any intervention played a major role in changing the balance of power. Yemen was able
حيتمكن اليمن ولأول مرة على مستوى العالم الإسلامي من فرض
massive siege on the Zionist entity.
وعندما تدخلت أمريكا وبريطانيا تعرضت هي أيضا للحصار وتم
prohibited in the Red Sea, was able to deal blows
من استخدام البحر الأحمر. أيضا تمكن اليمن من
prestige of the U.S. military, especially its warships. This is considered a major loss for the U.S. because the most important strength for the U.S. lies in its warships. But their prestige was dealt with a blow, and they lured into a weakness. The U.S. also took on large economic losses due to the siege in the Red Sea. Even their military operations. Against Yemeni missile strikes cost them a lot. The biggest loss suffered by the U.S. and the Zionists, as well as their allies, their loss in the ethical arena. My man, dude, is spitting. Yeah, right? He doesn't want to let them see their suffering, presenting a proud face to the the whole Arab world. Victory on the battlefield, because victory on the battlefield, wins and losses on the military battlefield are temporary. I missed that. He probably said ethics is better. All the free people in the world to continue their mobilization and solidarity with the oppressed people of Palestine and all the oppressed of the world. We assert that the U.S. and its allies always present the concepts of peace, stability, and security in an erroneous way. Peace for the U.S. and the Zionist entity is surrender. This was a breach of human dignity and freedom. They consider peace, stability, and stopping the bloodshed. They only see it when it's in their favor.
سفك الدماء يعتبرون أن هذا يكون لصالح طرف واحد لصالحهم بينما يستمرون
Continue shedding the blood of others and constantly destabilizing them.
استقرارهم وبشكل مستمر ولا يعتبرون أن هذا يتعارض.
They do not see that this contradicts security and stability. That's why we really need a new world order, one that's built on the basis of justice and equality between all
دولي جديد يقوم على أساس
peoples and races.
العدل والمساواة بين كافة الشعوب والأعراق.
Just a few more questions here, and I really appreciate your time. I want to ask you some questions specifically about Yemen. Control over Yemen is divided, with your movement Ansar Allah controlling the north and Sana'a, and then the Presidential Leadership Council being based in Riyadh, but being recognized internationally and backed by Saudi Arabia and the US. And then there's the separatists, the Southern Transitional Council, which is supported by the United Arab Emirates, based in the south. So does Ansar Allah have channels of communications with the PLC and the STC? And did the Israeli and US attacks on Yemen during this genocide on Gaza cause a bigger divide in the country, or did it unite the country more than it was before?
الأزمة في اليمن تعبر عن مشكلة خارجية.
Crisis in Yemen expression is no longer an expression of internal issues because there are problems in Yemen, or the US and UK interventions through Saudi Arabia and the UAE by supporting some components who are loyal to them inside Yemen. If Yemen had an opportunity to act without foreign interventions, we would resolve all of our issues, especially since Ansar Allah, which is the strongest force on the ground, which also able to confront the US and the UK and also Zionist entity. And in the past, it was able to confront Saudi Arabia and the UAE. We do not seek to make political decisions unilaterally, nor do we want to sideline others. We stand for building a state that can take in all political sides, including our foes who are fighting against us in the field, but under the condition that decisions are made independently and for them to be purely Yemen, involving all the political factions. Damn. Great answer. Judicial phase until all elections are held. Until elections are held. So the Israeli and US attacks on Yemen, they unified the internal front. That's why if the US, UK, or Zionists resort to lighting up regional fronts as well as internal ones, the battle will be decided in favor of the government in Sana'a, because majority of the Yemeni people have developed high levels of awareness, and they ask us to move militarily to liberate the rest of the Yemeni territory. God damn. But we are waiting for there to be political solutions despite our ability to decide things. Yeah, dude. What a great answer, man.
Well,
fucking people are waking up.
That did try to fight you. I'm curious about how Ansar Allah views countries like the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia today, because obviously there was a time not too long ago when these countries were carrying out a brutal war against Yemen to push out Ansar Allah. And I mean, since then, you know, the Emirates have signed the Abraham Accords with the Israelis, and they do, of course, occupy Socotra, but the Emirates have also refused to allow the US to launch attacks on Yemen from their territory. And then with regard to the Saudis have also, there is some sort of channel of communication between Ansar Allah and the Saudis, if I'm not mistaken. So with that in mind, you know, what is the role of these countries in Yemen today? And do you still view them as a negative force, or is there a bit more nuance there?
للأسف أن السعودية والإمارات لا زالتا تلعبان دورا سلبيا في اليمن.
We're still playing a negative role in Yemen by supporting some of the militias that are loyal to them, by recruiting other militias based on spreading Wahhabi thought.
اعتمادا على نشر الفكر الوهابي.
Building some Wahhabi schools that deals a blow to the stability of Yemen. Not just now, but also in the future. Still now Saudi and the UAE have a desire.
وحتى الآن يعني وأيضا لدى السعودية والإمارات الرغبة
to stand and get involved alongside the US and the Zionist entity, but they have yet to agree.
ولكنهم حتى الآن
They have not dared take that step. That is not because of conscientious objection.
لدى محمد بن
of
سلمان
Mohammed bin
أو
Salman or
محمد
Mohammed
بن
bin
زايد
Zayed, but
وإنما
rather
خوفا
because of
من
their
الرد
fear of the
اليمني.
Yemeni response. That's why we
لذلك
repeat
نحن
our advice to
نكرر
them. And it is the
نصيحتنا
advice
لهم
heeded by
وهي
Saeed
النصيحة
Abdal
التي
Malik
طرحها
al-Houthi
السيد
in
عبد
his
الملك
latest
صدر
speech
الدين
when he told
الحوثي
them to the
في
letter,
آخر
you
كلمة له حيث قال لهم وبالحرف الواحد بإمكانكم أن
can
تتربصوا
lurk for us.
بنا
You cannot get in any involved in any attack by the U.S. against Yemen,
مع أمريكا ضد اليمن لأنكم
because you will lose and regret it. And we
وتندموا.
repeat this advice to them
ونحن
that they
نكرر
have
لهم
to
النصيحة بأن عليهم
hurry up and
أن
get out of our
يسارعوا
dilemma in
إلى
Yemen,
الخروج
and it is
من
done by allowing
ورطتهم في
the
اليمن وذلك بإتاحة الفرصة لليمنيين
Yemenis to reach political solutions and also for us to be able to reach an agreement.
سياسية وأيضا من أجل التوصل لإطلاق سراح كل
Release all the POWs for the withdrawal of all foreign forces, and we warn them against
ونحذرهم
getting
من
involved again in any aggression
التورط
against Yemen on behalf of the
مرة أخرى
U.S.
في أي عدوان على اليمن إلى جانب أمريكا.
I want to ask you about recent news that Ansar Allah, Ansar Allah was recently condemned, I should say, for arresting humanitarian workers, including UN staff and local NGO workers. Can you tell us why Ansar Allah arrested these workers and if there's a plan to release them?
Everyone knows the U.S. and also the Zionists faced major trouble when it came to collecting accurate info about Yemen. That's why since the beginning of Al-Aqsa flood, they have sought to recruit Yemenis, U.S. and UK intelligence along with some other embassies.
استغلت المخابرات الأمريكية وكذلك البريطانية
took advantage of their relationship with many sides, especially those who work at the embassies or those who work with foreign organizations, because the nature of their work requires communicating information. Thus, those who were arrested have been proven to communicate information to the outside.
نقل معلومات إلى الخارج. ولكن لم
There haven't been any final judicial rulings against them yet. They will go to the
بالنسبة لهم وسيتم إحالتهم إلى القضاء
judiciary, because there might be some innocent people among them for lack of criminal intent in transferring this sensitive information, or maybe because they didn't know how dangerous that was. Therefore, I expect that some will be convicted. While others will be found innocent due to the absence of criminal intent. Western governments should refrain from recruiting their employees or those working in humanitarian organizations, because this harms political activity and charitable and I'm sure this is 100% correct, right? I'm sure they got the right bastards did. Humanitarian work. We affirm to everyone that we deal with compassion with those who were involved. And passing intelligence to the enemy as hundreds of those who got involved were released.
حيث تم إطلاق سراح المئات من أولئك المتورطين. أيضا لم يتم تنفيذ حكم الإعدام.
Death penalty was only given to those who participated in overthrowing of Chairman Salah al-Samad. I'm sure that most of those involved will be released because we deal with compassion.
أغلب المتورطين لأننا نتعامل برحمة رغم أنهم قد تسببوا
even though they cause harm to Yemen and cause many killings, but we differ from others
في حالات قتل كثيرة لكن نحن نختلف
in our humane treatment even with our enemies.
يتعلق بالتعامل الإنساني مع حتى خصومنا.
In the U.S., during the recent election, Arab Americans had a hard time voting for Joe Biden, for Kamala Harris, because of her role and the role of the Biden administration in carrying out the genocide in Gaza. So many of them chose not to vote for Kamala Harris. And as a result, there are people in the U.S. who blame Arab Americans
she was going to cut
for
it off.
Donald Trump elected, and they'll say, because of you, more people in countries in the global south are going to die. They'll even say more people in Yemen are going to die because of you, because you helped get Trump elected by not voting for Kamala Harris. Now, the reason I'm asking you about this is because you are Yemeni. You live in Yemen. You're a part of a Yemeni political organization that runs much of the country. So I'm curious how you respond to those people in the U.S. who seem to believe that Kamala Harris would have been better for Yemen than Donald Trump. Maybe you agree with that. I don't know. I'm just curious what your response is to that mentality.
Best choice for Arabs and Muslims was not to vote in order to allow for better choices in the future, even though they chose not to vote in these elections. They will have an influential vote in the future. I also posted about that this was the right choice because both choices were bad. Maybe Harris and Biden are better than Trump when it comes to support for the Zionist entity. But Biden was weak in confronting the Zionist lobby, and it's true that Trump is seen as worse for almost everyone, but he is stronger in resisting the pressures of the Zionist lobby. In general, we have to realize that decision in the U.S. Dude, that's a better take than 95% of the U.S. In general, we have to realize that decision in the U.S. is not entirely in the hands of the president, no matter which party he comes from. Decision is in the hands of the ruling institutions, and unfortunately, those ruling institutions are still heavily subservient to the Zionist lobby. Where individuals who stand up to that lobby get punished. Personally attacked, and others are denied to others one of the flaws in the U.S. democratic system. U.S. elections no longer correctly reflect the will of the American people. Let's go this up. Even if the Arab and Muslim citizens opted not to vote, this is a first step. That will allow them in the future to change the balance of power, especially since their votes will be decisive in certain U.S. elections in the future. Hope that they benefit from this in the future.
Well, Mohammed Al-Bukhaiti, I want to thank you for joining me for more than an hour to break all this down. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Oh yeah, did you see this? I mean, it was kind of boring. Abducted by aliens while Bigfoot hunting? Oh man, I wish that would happen to me. AOC on Instagram Live. Oh my god, we're so fucked, man. Oh god. AOC on Instagram Live. Oh. Did you see Adam Freeland had Jesse Lee Peterson on?
Trump made some major announcements.
The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down.
Look at BB
They're
smiling.
living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too.
We'll do a job with it.
And be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site,
job with it.
Get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
Unlimited jobs and housing.
Do a real job. Do something
real
different.
job.
Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
The man is an absolute lunatic. The proposition that they will level it, get rid of 2 million people, and then develop it for European settlers, basically, white settlers. This is so sickening. This is so grotesque. I don't even know. I literally feel like I want to throw up. Because it's in the headlines on Ynet, the Israeli paper.
Yeah. And what are they saying?
The U.S. will take over Gaza, will flatten it, and then 1.8.
They're still gonna have to get the fucking people out of their houses, and there's not. They just tried that.
Israel and Gaza, and we will clear out the bombs and destroy homes. It's a great idea. And Netanyahu responded by saying, "It's great. It'll bring a new future to the region." Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So the Palestinians are the ones that have to go? Palestinians are the ones that have to go, not the people who caused the violence, not the people who caused the destruction. The discourse is so skewed and insane. Why is it the Palestinians have to go? It's their land. It's their country. It's the settlers that have to go, if anybody. I think it was the Iranian president or something that said that. Anybody's got to go. It's the people who came. It's the settlers who came and brought the violence. And then he says, "Yes, we will." And then Netanyahu did not express. He was happy with it. And then there was a threat that if they don't release the hostages, blah blah blah, there'll be more violence. We had a wonderful conversation. He says,
Your old friend,
if I was president,
Shai-Hulud,
the October 7th wouldn't have happened. Yeah, this rhetoric is grotesque. It's disgusting. It's racist to a point that is beyond even belief. And it's not going to happen. It's absolutely not going to happen. There's no way they would have Palestinians. They would have to kill 2 million Palestinians. If they want to clear Palestinians out of it. But this idea, and actually, the Israeli papers earlier today were saying, because there's the discourse, the Israeli discourse is all about this idea of what they call voluntary migration. Encourage voluntary migration. How do you encourage it? By bombing people, making their life unlivable. And then they say, well,
cleansing, right?
Well, of course that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
What they're saying is we'll start with that, and we'll start with Gaza, and we'll go to Jenin.
Right.
And then Palestinians will have a better life. When Palestinians don't want a better life.
You'll have a nice piece of land. It'll be great. You'll love it.
Allow them to go back to their homes. And
a lot of people said if they have healthcare in schools, they'll go wherever.
I don't know if you saw this thing that he did. Trump did with a pencil or with a pen.
They can't even make them that. They can't even make them that small little book. Guaranteed.
My desk is the Middle East, and this pen, the top of the pen, that's Israel. That's not good, right? That's a pretty big difference. I use that as an analogy. It's pretty accurate, actually.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
It's a pretty small piece of land. And it's amazing that they've been able to do what they've been able to do when you think about it. There's a lot of good, smart brain power, but it is a very small piece of land, no question about it.
But the settlers came to the Middle East. Why did they come to this place? If they don't like it, what are they doing there? They came to an Arab country. They came to a country that's predominantly Muslim. And now
It'd be great if he wasn't so bad. If he wasn't so awful.
They want to destroy the country. They want to get rid of all the history that shows it was an Arab, predominantly Muslim country for, over 1,500 years. I mean, it's insane. And now the conversation, the normalization of the conversation of the ethnic cleansing, of getting rid of 2 million people. I mean, I don't even know if the Nazis were this blunt when they talked about the Jews. It took a while before this so blunt about it. We're talking about, Nuremberg trials all over again. I mean, it's so blunt. I mean, they're just so blunt about it.
Yeah.
They try to hide it. It's this hubris. Don't they realize that one day they will be judged? I don't know how it is that they're not realizing, they have no sense of history, that there will be a time when they are going to have to answer for this. No, I mean, it's not going to happen. I mean, too many people are not going to be thrown out of Gaza. It's not going to happen. And then what they say is, see, we can't get rid of them because nobody wants them, because these Palestinians are so horrible that no country wants them. And so that's the issue.
Right, they always do that, yeah.
That's not the issue. I mean, it's so sickening. But look at it. It couldn't be more formal. It couldn't be more more clear that this.
Let me ask, if you should make a Jewish joke, and I'm in the audience with a bunch of Jews, should I laugh?
Okay, help me out for a second. I'm not. Help me out for a second. Could you please tell me a Jewish joke so I can understand what you mean?
Oh my God.
Jews love money.
Is that a joke? What are you talking about? That's a joke?
But should I laugh about that? If you made that joke, and I'm in the audience,
should you laugh about Jews love money?
What?
Tell me a Jewish joke. Listen, you're a free speech conservative. I'm not sensitive. I'm a comedian.
Right.
I believe in the First Amendment. So just tell me. You have to know one.
I just told you one. You didn't think it was funny.
Jews love money is not. It didn't have the structure of a joke. It didn't have a setup. It didn't have a punchline.
Jews have a big nose. Yeah.
Oh my God. Is that episode
This is
out?
what they're planning to do. I don't know how it is that there's not massive outcry.
Oh man, it's not out yet. Oh, Destiny. Jews love money. Oh my God.
Prince Turkey, welcome to the program.
It's a stereotype, you know, it's
have
like
been digesting what came from the
it's
White
so
House
perfect
last
though.
night.
It's like
you probably heard the view from Ramallah.
it's like most Americans, like if they've never met a Jewish person in their life, they'll still know those two stereotypes, you know. Like I'm sure he knows plenty of Jewish people, but he's probably never had a conversation like that, I guess. Like, oh my God.
A united Arab front against this Trump vision.
Thank you, Ms. Amanpour, for inviting me. After hearing Mr. Barghouti, I really don't know what to add to what he said, other than to say that what came out of Mr. Trump is not
Dude, she had
digestible.
Barghouti on?
I
Wow.
respectfully decline to add more disrespectful comments to that.
That's pretty cool.
But it is a fantasy to think that ethnic cleansing in the 21st century can be condoned by a world community that stays on its behinds and does not respond to that. The problem in Palestine is not the Palestinians. It is the Israeli occupation. And this has been clear and understood by everybody. Hence, you have United Nations resolutions calling for the quid pro quo of land for peace from 1967 until now. The Arab Peace Initiative, of course, is based on that and offered Israel not only diplomatic relation, but all of the things that Israel wanted, from trade, from normalization, etc., in return for the establishment of a Palestinian state with its capital in East Jerusalem. All of these things were American policy until this latest wording that Mr. Trump has chosen to use in claiming that he wants to better things, when actually it is going to turn things into more conflict and more bloodshed.
Can I draw on your long years of experience? You were Saudi ambassador to America. What would you be telling your capital, your king, in a cable, had you been in Washington last night in that position and listened to what came from the podium? How would you have explained it?
Well, I can tell you I'm glad I am not in that position, because there is no way that I can explain it. It comes out of the blue, and it is totally based on, as Mr. Barghouti said, on the Israeli position of ethnic cleansing. As you mentioned yourself, Mr. Ben-Gvir, who is the ultimate ethnic cleanser in Palestine, he's been saying this for the last 2.5 years since he joined the government. And now he's justifying what he said by the words of the American president. That is unacceptable.
So what then is the next step? We've had everybody, you know, from your capital to the neighboring countries, which Trump expects to take these, you know, millions of Palestinians, reject this out of hand, say that it's illegal. We've heard the president of the Palestinian Authority. What do you think is the next step? What do you think is going to happen?
I'm not in government, so I don't know what my government will propose, but I would expect that there will be collective action on the part not only of the Arab but Muslim world as well, along with Europeans and other countries that believe in the two-state solution, to take up the matter, and where else but go to the United Nations. And this is the only arena where things like that can be discussed. Unfortunately, with the American veto, I cannot expect that there will be much success in passing any resolutions. But nonetheless, it will show that the world is opposed to this mad ethnic cleansing plan that the American president has proposed.
You're a really smart person and
You're a really smart person.
You know, sometimes
really understand.
things are said and they may hide a different meaning. Do you see is there any negotiating strategy here that you see that Trump might claim or his acolytes might claim?
I have no idea, and I cannot see anything other than a blank wall in front of me of total acceptance of the Israeli position by the American government. It's not only the president. We've heard also supporting calls from senators and congressmen and other of the American strata of politics supporting this call. So that is the unfortunate position of a whole structure that has been built in the past years in support of Israel.
As you know, and as we've said, normalization is a big strategy, a big goal of the United States, of Israel, etc. Certain Arab countries have always done that, but the crown jewel is your country, Saudi Arabia. Do you see any way, I know you're not in government, but your king and others have said in the past that there will be no normalization without a pledge for a Palestinian state, and in fact for Israel to get out of Gaza.
With that,
do you think that still holds? Can you see normalization happening?
Indeed, not at all. This morning, our foreign ministry issued a statement rejecting what came out of Washington in the last days. And this has been the position of Saudi Arabia from the beginning. And even before October 7th, if you recall, when Prince Mohammed spoke with one of the opposition television channels in America, he made clear then that the path to a clear Palestinian state is what we want to see as a result of any talks that we have with the Americans.
It's like so unstable while this goes on. How could anybody in the region want that, you know? It's just like set up. What's up, Plank? It's just set up so that they can do forever war, you know? That's how they want it. Israel never even declared borders, you know? No. Skinny Bob fake. We know what they look like now. They don't look like that. Dude, Barghouti was on CNBC. I want to see this.
What President Trump has proposed is not only destructive, but also a very serious violation of international law. It's not just destructive, it's criminal, because he is advocating a war crime of ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. And ironically, they speak about repairing the damage. The question, who caused the damage? Who bombarded Gaza? And with which weapons that was done? Who paid for the destruction of Gaza? United States of America, which gave Israel no less than $20 billion of explosives to throw 86,000 tons of explosives on the people of Gaza. If they want to help, they should pay for reconstruction.
No, I don't think so. That head is way too big compared to every other one we've seen.
Even the likes of Lindsey Graham, for example,
You know?
who you've just heard, say Americans shouldn't have to pay to rebuild Gaza. So what options?
I don't know, maybe. It could be some weird off-brand species, I guess.
Why the United States of America wants to come and occupy Gaza and add to the Israeli occupation another American occupation? Leave us alone. We will take care of the reconstruction of our country. It's enough that we've been subjected to genocide by Israel. It's enough that we've been subjected to collective punishment, including starving people. Leave us alone. We will take care of the reconstruction. We'll find ways to do that. We can survive. But to tell Palestinians that they have to be evicted by force from their own country after their country has been destroyed is absolutely unacceptable. No Palestinian will accept that. I wonder what would Americans say if somebody comes and says all the people of New York should be transferred now to Mexico or to Afghanistan. What would be the reaction? Why should anybody suggest to us that we have to be ethnically cleansed again after Israel had ethnically cleansed 70% of the Palestinian people in 1948?
I recognize your point, and yes, this is a very bold idea from the president that has received mixed to negative reviews around the region. But to your point, leaving Gaza alone would also exacerbate this problem. Leaving Gaza alone would expose Israel to an unacceptable security risk, given Hamas is still in control. Your response to that?
Well, who is at risk here? Who is occupying whom? This is the main question that should be asked. You don't blame somebody because he's resisting injustice. You blame the person or the country that is doing injustice. In this case, it is Israel. We've been subjected to ethnic cleansing, to occupation, to a system of terrible apartheid, to starvation, to collective punishment, and now to genocide. Who's doing all of that? It's Israel. We are the ones at risk. Israel has a very huge army, has very big military power. It is the strongest ally of the United States of America. They have so many capabilities, and we are people who are under occupation. If a woman is raped, you don't blame the woman because she's being a victim of this rape. In this case, we are subjected to injustice. We are subjected to occupation. The solution is simple. For the security of Israel and for our security.
Extremely skinny and long limbs. Yeah, I think that's within the realm.
To stop stealing our
I don't know, like...
While we talk, the problem is...
I feel like we saw like a wide variety from Nazca so far, right? But there are variations on, you know, like smaller headed sizes. Like, I don't know how much you know, like, I don't know, just think about like how our genes and shit work, right? Like they can make our arms longer or our fingers different, right? But like changing our head shape like that, I don't think our body is like made to have heads like that. I don't know, maybe they could do it because some of those Nazcas don't look like they were able to get around too good, right? Like they don't have like a shoulder cuff. Their limbs just connect.
Not only in Gaza, West Bank is not under Hamas. Hamas is not governing the West Bank, but the Israeli
I don't know. If it's something that looks like it came out of Nazca, I'll believe it. You know, I'm going to assume it's real. Because that's also what that one in Russia looked like too, right? The other ones I'm going to be skeptical of, I think. Most of the ones we've seen, right? Like that one that, what's his name, was pumping. I mean, people say when they saw the thing on the cover of Whitley Strieber's book, like their blood ran cold, right? I think that's what they look like. You know, I think the stuff we see on the internet, if it looks like that, I think it's a pretty safe bet. But I think a lot of it that doesn't, I don't know. Like, the evidence points to very strongly, some people aren't ready to hear this, but it very much points to us being like a fucking genetic playground for some, you know, like colonizer species or whatever. It looks like they've been doing it for a long time. They come down here and fucking do genetic experiments and shit, and they come up with new species. Probably, I mean, I wonder if it's because they have like an empire and they need to like fine-tune different hybrids for different planets. You know, something like that. But like, that's the only explanation. It's like all of the abductions are all saying the same thing, you know? All the abductees. And then we have these 1,000-year-old mummies, right? That, again, just from looking at them, it appears that seems to maybe like it was an earlier stage of this, or just a different stage of whatever the fuck they're doing. Like, there's a cave with a bunch of weird hybrid species in there, and they're all misshapen as fuck, and they all have weird sort of appendages and like metal. Like, it's like they probably made the fucking things and then were like trying to keep them alive, so they put all these cybernetic implants and shit into them, right? Just from the looks of it. And again, I don't have any reason to think that that's not real. Everybody who fucking looked at it said it was real, you know? I have no expertise. Who the fuck am I to, like, you know, discredit some fucking orthopedic surgeon or whatever, you know? Some like forensic analyst. Oh, really? Oh, man. That's the trade-off. That's what you get in America. You can pay for something, you'll get top-notch service. Sometimes. You can always buy your way into comfort here. That's the American promise. No matter what the scenario, you can use your wealth to advantage you over your fellow human.
Already evicting the people from the refugee camps in Jenin and Tulkarim, attacking so many communities in the West Bank, subjecting the West
building's
Bank
totally
to
burning
situation of
down.
siege, where 900...
We saw them, me and my friends saw them a month after 9/11, and I went and talked to him for the show, and I was like, hey man, can you guys play Shit Luck? And he was like, we kind of thought it wouldn't be cool given the circumstances. And I was like, oh no, we're fine, man, go for it. And they never played it, but I always remember that conversation.
120 military checkpoints and gates are blocking
This
the
boat
roads
is obviously
and
sinking.
transforming
This plane
so many
is totally
communities
crashing.
and into small prisons. That's the reality in the West Bank. Hamas is not there. Why are they doing this? Because the goal is to destroy the whole Palestinian people. Because there are fanatics governing in Israel. And some of them are true fascists like Smotrich and Ben Gvir, who declared clearly and openly that their goal is the total ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from their homeland, Palestine. And what Trump did is to help these people by suggesting a total transfer, forcible transfer of all Palestinians from Gaza.
Of course, the Israelis and the Americans would firmly disagree with your characterization, but I wanted to push the conversation forward here regarding what's next for the Palestinians and the prospect of a two-state solution, because as you've heard, Trump's plan really undermines this long-standing international agreement that we've seen over the last few decades now on a two-state solution. You've seen Saudi Arabia and the UAE both coming out in support, saying they are standing firm on their view that there should be a Palestinian state. But given what you have heard now from the president, is that even viable now? Do you still see prospects for a two-state solution between the Israelis and the Palestinians, or is Trump's plan essentially putting that to one side and saying there is no future Palestinian state?
Absolutely, that's what he's doing. And if the two-state solution is dead, it's because Israel killed it. And because United States of America helped Israel kill it. Sorry?
Is it dead?
You could say it's dead. Can it be revived? For sure. If the world community forces Israel to remove its occupation from West Bank, Gaza Strip, East Jerusalem, which should be the place where Palestinian state should be, and if Israel removes all its illegal settlements from the occupied Palestinian territories, they are illegal according to international law. If they don't, the question is the following. There are 7.3 million Palestinians on the land of historic Palestine versus 7.1 Jewish people. Fine. If it is not two-state solution, then the only solution is one democratic state where we can live together, coexist together, accept each other, and build a future. If the two-state solution is not acceptable to Israel and one-state solution is not acceptable to Israel, then what is the solution? It is exactly what President Trump proposed. Ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. That's what Netanyahu and his fascist government are after.
So let me ask you this then. The Palestinian people, at least from your perspective, are rejecting the help of the world's largest economy and the world's most powerful leader. In that case then, who is going to pay for the reconstruction of Gaza? And what's your message to the Arab states and Arab leaders who have also, in some parts, been sitting on the sidelines here, choosing to use words instead of actions when it comes to addressing
choosing to use words instead of actions.
Well, let me clarify what you just reported in your news. President Trump is not ready to pay a penny for reconstruction of Gaza. He wants others to do that. So we're not rejecting any support. If he wants to provide money to rebuild Gaza, he's most welcome. We welcome that. But he's not proposing that. He's proposing removing us, the people, out of Gaza, and then taking over Gaza in an act of theft and using it for his projects. And maybe he's dreaming also about taking over the gas field near Gaza, which we own, and which is worth $54 billion. And Israel has not allowed us to use it for the last 30 years. Although if we could use it, we could have made Gaza
is it the
a very
Emiratis?
developed country.
Is it the Emiratis?
Sorry?
Is it the Saudis? Is it the Emiratis?
Everybody,
is it the Saudis?
Look at this fucking asshole.
Who is going to pay for this, if not the Americans?
I think
who is going to pay? That's the question.
A very good question. If Palestinians are allowed to have a national consensus government, as we have agreed with all Palestinian groups, which is an independent government, we can start the process of reconstruction. We will talk to our Arab friends and our Arab brothers, and they'll have to help us, of course. Palestinians will help. We can reconstruct even with the most simple ways. But to tell us you have to leave your country so that it can be reconstructed for the service of other people who will own it in the future, and you will be completely displaced forever, that is not a solution. That is a true ethnic cleansing. That is a crime, and it could not be accepted by anybody. That's why you see this reaction. Egypt is rejecting it. Jordan rejects it. Saudi Arabia does. Why? Because these countries understand that they cannot participate. Their people will not allow them to participate in a crime of ethnic cleansing against the Palestinian people. And also they understand that transfer of Palestinians to their countries will destabilize their national security completely. Simply saying, if Palestinians are transferred to Jordan will not exist in the future. That's the reality. And maybe Netanyahu
That's what you gotta do.
He wants
Why don't you form a tenants unit?
Maybe because he has also expansionist policy
Tenants
to annex
union.
parts of Jordan.
Jesus Christ, that anchor. Wow.
In a stunning announcement, President Trump has called for the United States to take over Gaza and displace the entire Palestinian population in order to turn Gaza into what he called the, quote, Riviera of the Middle East. Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing has been widely condemned across the globe. Trump outlined his plan Tuesday in a joint news conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. In November, the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu for committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. This is part of what Trump said on Tuesday.
The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job.
Do a real job.
Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
Trump went on to describe his vision of a U.S.-controlled Gaza that had been cleared of Palestinians.
We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute, I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad, this could be so magnificent.
During his White House press conference, Trump was questioned about the role of the U.S. military in his plan to take control of Gaza and force out the Palestinian population.
Given what you've said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum?
As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of.
Trump's plan quickly drew condemnation at home and abroad. Saudi Arabia reiterated it will not establish ties with Israel without the creation of a Palestinian state. Arab leaders have already refused calls to take in Palestinians forcibly removed from Gaza. Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territory, has said Trump's plan is unlawful, immoral, and completely irresponsible. She said, quote, it's incitement to commit forced displacement, which is an international crime, unquote. In Gaza, Palestinians also rejected Trump's plan. This is Yasser Safi speaking of Khan Yunis.
We got out of wreckage, destruction, and a war of attrition, a genocide in which we don't know when death will come to us from all directions. But we stayed, held on, and remained until the last breath. This president, who is called Donald Trump, comes to us with a new method to displace us from our country where we are rooted. This is our land. We will not get out of it. If you refuse that there would be rebuilding, life, or future, and you come up with another idea in which Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, or others call for us to get displaced, this is absolutely refused. Even if you fight us with our food or our rebuilding, and you can see this wreckage here. Here we set up a tent on the rubble.
We're joined now by two guests. Daniel Levy is president of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israeli peace negotiator under two Israeli prime ministers, Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin. He's joining us from London. And in Washington, D.C., we're joined by Youssef Munayir. He is a Palestinian-American analyst, the head of the Palestine-Israel program at Arab Center, Washington, D.C. Youssef, we're beginning with you. Your response to President Trump's proposal for the U.S. to occupy, rather, to own Gaza.
Right, thank you, Amy. Well, look,
we'll do a job. We're going to do a job with it. Unlimited jobs.
In the White House, meeting with a indicted war
It'll be
criminal
great.
in
It'll be the
Benjamin
Riviera of the Middle East. Jarrett's gonna run it. It's gonna be great.
that the outcome is
You'll
yet
see.
another conspiracy
Jarrett,
to
he's
commit
really good with real estate.
crimes.
He
In
loves
this case,
money.
with the forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, and now apparently an American project of attempting to overtake and annex the Gaza Strip.
Big
it's
nose.
important too to keep in mind that this is just the latest in a series of territories that are not American that this president seems to want to take over after Greenland and the Panama Canal and of Canada and whatever else. What we are witnessing here is not diplomacy, but criminality by a couple of mafiosos who think this is how you do
They all
business.
belong in
They have
jail. They all
complete
belong in a
disregard for
fucking
law. They
dungeon,
have a
man.
complete disregard
Oh my
for
god.
rights. And their vision for the world is one in which power is all that matters, and they
Oh,
seek
dude,
to
they belong under the
use
dungeon.
the power they have to take more of what belongs to other people. This is a world of
Yeah, you love that,
chaos
don't you?
and danger, which we learned the very steep price and consequences of
sicko.
in the previous
This guy's
century.
got
And I can guarantee you,
he's got all of his
Palestinians will be the
self-justifications
first
worked out.
to reject this vision for the world, along with much of the region and the international community as well.
Yeah, and Yusuf, about the rest of the region, clearly the masses of the people in many of the countries of the Middle East support the Palestinians, but the governments of many of these states have, to say the least, been equivocal or AWOL in terms of confronting Israel. What's your sense of the impact that this kind of announcement, this kind of policy by the United States might have on the governments of the region?
I think one thing we have to remember is from the perspective of the region, whether it is at the level of the public or at the level of governments, one thing that is clear to everybody is that nothing has been more destabilizing for the region over the last 8 decades than the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians by Israel. And nobody is at any level is going to sign up for a continuation of that. It's not just ethically and morally repugnant. It's also destabilizing and contrary to the national interests of everyone in the region. So I don't think it's something that anyone is going to voluntarily cooperate with. And mind you, this is a region that has been suffering from what the Israelis have done to the Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians for a very long time. Much longer than any presidential term, and much longer than Donald Trump will be around. And they're going to weigh the consequences of such a proposal through the lens of a much longer term than just the few years that Donald Trump is going to be with us.
And Daniel Levy, your response to this extraordinary announcement of Donald Trump that the United States intends to own Gaza?
I look at that, and I looked at the images of that sickening press conference, and you could not draw a starker contrast than the one between the words of those two leaders, one, as Yusuf said, a felon, another with an arrest warrant for war crimes. Surprise, surprise, two settler colonial leaders planning the renewed attempt at ethnically cleansing an indigenous population. But you could not draw a sharper contrast between those words and the realities in Gaza of the resilience of the Palestinian people, which we have all been witness to amidst all the devastation and killing. Those scenes. Is he even aware that hundreds of thousands of people have just picked up whatever of their belongings they have and gone back to reconstruct lives in that rubble? So I'm tempted to say that maybe we should take some solace from this being so not serious, I would argue, so not implementable a plan. I actually worried that they would come out with something yesterday that could gain traction, could have legs. I don't think that applies to this plan. I don't see how they do it with the realities of Palestinians, with the realities in the region. I'm sure they have whiplash in the DOD, in the US military. Wait, sir, are we supposed to be planning for the invasion of Greenland, the Panama Canal, or Gaza? And even Peter Hesget's DOD is going to struggle with all of that. And therefore, I look at this and I say, yes.
Dude, he's going to be on trial in the Galactic Federation. Don't worry about Pete.
Environment on which it falls.
It's going to be on Intergalactic War Crimes Tribunal.
Of political leaders, including from the so-called opposition, giddy with excitement.
He murdered a fucking diplomat.
These genocidal actions.
Diplomatic immunity.
Those plans and those intentions to make this real. But perhaps Israel's greatest
Not in Pete Hegseth's America.
Would be if it actually falls for the idea that America is all powerful. And in a day when it's very hard to take a deep breath and count to 10. I would urge people to remind themselves of all those other great plans to shape and fashion and design the Middle East region, West Asia, in America's image, and how did those end up? And what did that do for America? Because this does nothing to serve American interests whatsoever.
I want to remind people what Trump's son-in-law, former advisor Jared Kushner, said about Gaza containing very valuable waterfront property last year.
In Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to if people would focus on kind of building up, livelihoods.
So that was Jared Kushner last year. Daniel Levy,
could be like
I
Singapore.
wanted to ask you, if in fact Trump has put forward several times that Jordan, that Egypt should take the entire Palestinian population, and he hasn't gotten much traction. So he takes it a step further, and he says not only should they be displaced, but we will occupy or we will own Gaza. And so then it looks like he's compromising, well, maybe the U.S. troops don't move in, but we won't move in if you, Egypt, if you, Saudi Arabia, and you, Jordan, take the Palestinian population. Is this part of a strategy? He did not say this off the cuff. I want to be very clear about this. For people listening on the radio, in fact, he is looking down, reading his notes.
Yes.
And when Netanyahu responds, he sounds like he's off the cuff saying, this is Trump. But he is clearly reading his response. And
yeah, they planned it out beforehand.
The far right in Israel, if Netanyahu isn't that, to keep his coalition together, because then there's something that would allow them to move into the second phase of the ceasefire.
Very important. Indeed, much of the Israeli media is running with the story that these plans were presented by Netanyahu, by his right-hand henchman, Minister Ron Dermer, who used to be ambassador in the US and American Miami Republican earlier in life. That they cooked this up. And I think Netanyahu comes away with a victory image in Washington, D.C., the very victory image that he has been denied in Palestine, in Gaza, as we see that this idea of a total victory, the emaciation, destruction of Hamas not happening, the Palestinians giving up not happening. So he has a win in Washington. The slight problem for Israel is that Israel is geographically not the 51st state of the USA. So when he goes home to a region that has been watching on its social media feeds the self-incriminating postings of Israelis conducting these atrocities, and it's not a region that Israel is making itself any more amenable to being able to absorb, to live with. Now, Netanyahu, I think, comes out of this, yes, feeling politically strengthened. His coalition allies who have been wavering because they don't want, neither did Netanyahu, by the way, they don't want this Gaza ceasefire deal, which I think has now been endangered to the point of very likely its collapse after all that.
They haven't been honoring it anyway.
But those coalition allies have come around and said, now we see a way to continuing to support you. This is great. Netanyahu may feel empowered to go further, to even call an early election. He hasn't got what he wanted on Iran, and normalization with Saudi Arabia seems to have really taken a back burner role here. But the idea that this can be actualized, and I think here Netanyahu has a bit of a dilemma in a way, because he will now think.
We'd have to do it if that's what his plan is.
This narrative from the administration, it's the humane. They actually said this. It's the humane thing to do, because who could live in those circumstances? The humane thing to do would not have been to send those bombs, and let's not pretend that Biden didn't send the bombs. This is the legacy of the genocidal Biden administration.
Oh my God, like Trump wouldn't have sent them too? Come on.
To have prevented this.
This is U.S. policy, not Biden policy.
Are talking about the well-being of the Palestinians? Well, there is an area adjacent to Gaza where many Palestinians come from originally, in the south of Israel, in the Negev, in the Nakab, an area that they could go back and forth, work in Gaza. So this is not about those things. And I would just point out the degree of concern in the region when the Saudis take to their own social media in the middle of the night to reject this. And what you might see, if it were actually implemented, which I don't think it will be, I really don't, is Jordan and Egypt becoming frontline resistance states, something they haven't been until now. So the unintended consequences rule really plays out here. And I think the other headline is, what does the rest of the world, I just want to say, what do allies make of an America apparently so incapable of working out priorities? What are you thinking now if you're in Europe dealing with Ukraine? And indeed, what are you thinking if you're on the other side of that ledger and you watch America floundering around with madcap schemes?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Yusuf, the other announcements of the Trump administration related to the Middle East that occurred on Tuesday, the halt of funding for the Palestinian, extending the halt of funding for the Palestinian Relief Agency, UNRWA, Trump's authorization of the transfer of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, and his executive order reimposing maximum pressure on Iran.
Yeah, well, I think that, again, this is not particularly surprising. Trump is searching for ways to appear more pro-Israel than his predecessor, which is, as Daniel noted, supported the Israeli military through a horrific genocide for 15 months, one that is in many ways still ongoing and expanding to other parts of Palestine as we speak. And so these kinds of steps that he is taking is very much being done to further that image that somehow Joe Biden was not pro-Israel enough, and that he is even more supportive of what Israel is doing. I think one thing to keep in mind in the background of this conversation is that after Elon Musk, the second biggest contributor to Donald Trump's reelection campaign was Miriam Adelson, who gave $100 million to Donald Trump's reelection effort. And this is also one of the biggest supporters of Benjamin Netanyahu. And I believe she was in attendance yesterday at all of the events between the two criminals who were gathering at the White House.
Well, Yusuf Munayyer, we want to thank you for being with us, Palestinian-American analyst, head of the Palestine-Israel program at the Arab Center, Washington, D.C., and Daniel Levy, former Israeli peace negotiator, president of the U.S. Middle East Project.
I mean, we used to have the Leahy Law. I mean, they're going to have to send troops there. Like, that's the reality of it. They can't, like...
Why is Donald Trump so obsessed with Gaza? The U.S. president proposes taking over the Strip and relocating Palestinians.
It's a nice angle.
A violation of international law at best, and a call for ethnic cleansing at worst. But who can stop Trump's plan? This is Inside Story.
I mean, I think what they want is what they've always had, right? Is like maximum flexibility, right? So, like some sort of halfway implemented peace process is what they've been operating under all these years, right? Since Oslo. I think that's probably what they want to go back to, right? They want to, like, maybe get this second stage of the ceasefire over with and then kind of stall out the rest of everything in limbo and just try to drag that on as long as they can get away with. I think whoever said that at the end there, I think that was a good point, right? I think a lot of this is about Netanyahu appeasing the fucking hogs in Israel, because they're all mad about the ceasefire, so he's got to sell them something like this, which, again, this is just being an American invasion. So if he wants to do an American invasion in his first 6 months in office, I think that's a bad move. You know? Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. He's gonna have to send troops there. I think that's gonna be huge, so massively, incredibly unpopular. And it'll be pretty ugly too. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be fucking a full-on amphibious invasion, right? Like it's like they can't go in like all like fucking friendly. Like I think that's what Brandon was trying to do with the dock thing, right? He was trying to sort of test the waters, like how much, like will they trust us or whatever. And I don't know, it's hard to say how that went. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, he's definitely gonna like rein them in, I think, right? Just because of the optics, right? That's what I said all along. I think he's not gonna let BB like fuck cuck him in public like that. Like, Brandon was pretty unique in that, right? I mean, he could if he like, he'd have better luck trying to sell like oh, we need to like invade the fucking the Yemenis or something, I think. Like trying to sell like.
It was the morning of August 4th of the year 1944.
Especially like everybody
when
like
Alexandra Kruchkovich was ordered to evacuate her apartment.
Like everybody knows the situation with the fucking lobby, right? Like that's not just like a left-wing issue anymore. So it'll be really ugly if they're trying to like send American troops to go defend that when everybody in the country knows how much their funding is. I mean, I don't know. Trump's popular. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
On Gorchevska Street. The street was emptied of its inhabitants, and so Kruchkovich, along with some 500 of her neighbors, made their way outside. Troops fired on defenseless people as they exited. The unlucky people were ferried onto trucks and eventually driven
Yeah, but
out
they
to a
can't do
nearby
that.
bridge.
Like, if it was special forces, like if they could get away with just like sending a couple JSOC teams or whatever, then I would say they would definitely be doing it, right? But if they have to like send the National Guard or whoever the fuck they would send, that's gonna be ugly.
There was no doubt about our fate. Though denial still clung to those seeking hope in a hopeless situation. When one woman in the group asked aloud where they were being taken, one of the
That's what I mean.
soldiers
They were trying to
responded,
like do
German?
like see how much they could do with their whatever the fuck their counterinsurgency shit, whatever they were doing in Iraq, right? And I don't think it worked too well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they sank it, you know.
Women and children are perishing by your fault. Therefore, all of you must perish. Kruchkovich described in an affidavit presented at Nuremberg what happened after. Several Germans were guarding us. We heard several shots, noises, groans. I fell down wounded and lost consciousness. After a while, I came back to my senses, and I heard how they were finishing up the wounded. I did not move and simulated death. They left one of the Germans on guard, and the rest of them went away. The henchmen set fire to the huts and the houses in the neighborhood. After some time, the wind blew a cloud of smoke in our direction, and the guard could not see me anymore. Quickly, I got up and ran to the cellar of a house on fire. There, I met some people slightly wounded, the lucky ones who managed to escape from the pile of corpses. Kruczkiewicz gave this testimony from a hospital bed. She escaped alive. Tens of thousands of others didn't. In Poland, it was sunny, fresh, azure blue. I was shaving, and suddenly the earth begins to rumble and the sky to crackle. So said Julian Tuwim in describing the German invasion of Poland on September 1st, 1939. Shortly before, in a speech to his army chiefs, Adolf Hitler had declared, "The object of war is to physically destroy the enemy. That is why I have prepared, for the moment only in the East, my death's head formations with orders to kill without pity or mercy all men, women, and children of Polish descent or language. Only in this way can we obtain the living space we need."
Just like Amalek.
Death's head being the SS Totenkopfverbände. Shortly after the invasion began, Friedrich Pabst, a German architect and engineer, published a report titled Warsaw, Die neue deutsche Stadt, the new German city. Pabst concluded that the Polish capital should be almost completely leveled, except for the Warsaw Castle, the Leszczynki, and Belvedere palaces, which were to serve as residences for official visits. Every other building was to be demolished. Aside from the physical destruction, the Polish inhabitants were to be ethnically cleansed as well, shrinking the population from 1.3 million to just 80,000. Additionally, some 130,000 German settlers were to be brought from the Reich to live in a newly constructed medieval German town.
Whoa.
In the words of Alexandra Ritchie, a foremost expert on World War II Poland, the ideological justification for the erasure of Warsaw was simple. Warsaw had at one time been German, but had been corrupted by the Poles and the Jews. In a 1942 edition of The Approach, a periodical for Germans living in occupied Poland, the Nazi historian Dr. Hans Hoff wrote, "In 1420, 85% of the names of burghers in Warsaw were German, and they were the only ones who brought any cultural and economic life, administration, and justice to the city." Indeed, as the Führer himself described his plans, the ultimate task is to wipe out the Poles and repopulate lands that rightfully belong to Germany. Nazism was very much an ideology of settler colonialism. Richard Lucas as well brings clarity to the nature of German intentions in its east. From the very moment German armies plunged across the vulnerable Polish frontier, it was apparent that they were not waging a conventional war, that is, a war against the Polish government and its armed forces. Instead, the Germans waged war against the Polish people, intent on destroying the Polish nation. The Luftwaffe went out of its way to bomb and strafe civilians, he said. No target was spared. Sanitariums, apartment houses, and hospitals were attacked with the same ferocity as military targets. Perhaps nothing illustrates Hitler's fanatical desire for Warsaw's destruction quite like the testimony of General Franz Halder, at one time chief of the General Staff of the Army High Command. When Halder tried, in vain, to explain that storming Warsaw was unnecessary on military grounds, the Führer yelled, "No, Warsaw must be attacked." As Halder described the rest of his statement, how the skies would be darkened, how millions of tons of shells would rain down on Warsaw, how people would drown in blood. Then his eyes nearly popped out of his head and he became a different person. He was suddenly seized by a lust for blood. For 25 days, beginning on the 1st of the month, Warsaw was subjected to the first terror bombing of the Second World War. A portion of the city was flattened and some 25,000 people were killed. The Polish army could only crumble in the face of 65 German formations numbering 1.8 million men, equipped with 10,000 guns and mortars, 2,800 tanks, and more than 2,000 planes. On the 26th of September, 9 German divisions attacked simultaneously toward the city center. By October 1st, a company of German infantry marched into the Brühl Palace. Their entrance marked the beginning of 5 years of German military occupation. Nazi plans
but
for
the
Poland
Soviets.
included reducing
The
the country's
Soviets,
population
they were
from
bad.
35 million to just 3 or 4 million. Generalplan Ost, the Nazi plan to Germanize the East, would be the blueprint for the ethnic cleansing of Poles, which included targeting some of the wealthier and most educated for extermination. These included school staff and teachers, politicians, lawyers, priests, writers, doctors, landowners, journalists, actors. As many as 10,000 Poles deemed fit for this category were murdered. This educated, professional class were to be wiped out, as was the very infrastructure for providing degrees and certifications. As declared by Hans Frank, the German governor in occupied Poland, the Poles do not need universities or secondary schools. The Polish lands are to be changed into an intellectual desert.
Whoa.
And so the Germans closed all scientific, artistic, and literary institutions. Libraries and laboratories were pillaged, and the regime set about stealing and destroying state, municipal, and ecclesiastical archives. History books were confiscated, and the regime removed monuments, busts, memorials, and inscriptions of Polish icons, including Chopin, Kosciuszko, and Piłsudski. The press were outlawed, a particular loss in a country which boasted some 2,000 periodicals before the war.
Did you see all those journalists complaining about the USAID
Gdynia
funding?
became Gotenhafen, Łódź became Litzmannstadt,
It's funny.
and Rzeszów became Reichshof. Apart from the devastation from banishing education and the Polish press, there was also a constant fear of ethnic cleansing and killing. Some 50,000 SS and police patrolled the country, and at a moment's notice, they could be deployed to empty villages and conduct mass executions. Some 1.5 million Poles were expelled from their homes over the course of the war. Entire villages were emptied of their inhabitants. During the course of the German occupation, some 531 towns and villages were burned. The first uprising against the occupation broke out in Warsaw's most miserable sector. On April 19, 1943, the Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto took up arms against the Germans, who by then had deported more than 3/4 of the ghetto's 400,000 inhabitants to extermination camps. The guerrillas of the Jewish Fighting Organization had no misgivings about the outcome of their uprising. The choice was murder in a death factory or deciding one's own fate, ideally with a rifle in hand firing rounds at Germans. The uprising, while enduring as an epic of bravery against impossible odds, is at the same rate a tragic tale of awesome cruelty. The Jewish fighters put up stiff resistance, frustrating the SS troops for 28 grueling days. In the end, the leaders of the revolt committed suicide, and virtually all the remaining Jews were sent to death camps. What remained of the ghetto was razed to the ground. With few Jews left in the city, the German occupation turned their attention to the remaining Poles. By the autumn of 1943, the Germans greatly accelerated their campaign of terror against the citizens of Warsaw by debuting random, public, mass executions. The policy was announced in a decree from Governor Hans Frank himself, who allowed for the rounding up and killing of Poles so long as they were deemed suspicious. The first of these took place on October 16th, in which 25 people were killed. This was to be repeated every few days, that is, until February 15th, 1944. The SS Brigadeführer Franz Kuchera oversaw these massacres as head of the SS and police forces in the Warsaw district. He was aptly named the Butcher of Warsaw. For his part in the deaths of what amounted to thousands of people, Kuchera was found guilty by the Special Court of the Polish Underground State, approved by the Polish government in exile in London. Kuchera's sentence was death, and his execution order was given by General August Emil Fieldorf, who used the nom de guerre Nil. Nil commanded the Khedive, the elite unit of the Armia Krajowa, or Home Army. Created in 1942, the AK formed the forefront of the Polish resistance, and represented a quite broad spectrum of Polish political affiliation. Setting aside differences in complex loyalties and beliefs, the AK would mount the most sophisticated espionage and ground combat of any other group throughout the war. General Nil entrusted the execution of the SS leader to Bronisław Pietraszkiewicz, and on February 1st, 1944, he'd lead a squad of elite AK fighters onto Ujazdów Avenue, outside Kuchera's residence. The whole operation happened in about a minute. A car carrying 4 AK operatives blocked in Kuchera's car. Piotraszkiewicz jumped out and shot him right in the head. Another shot the driver. The 4 sped off but came under heavy fire. 2 of them, including Piotraszkiewicz, died at hospital. The other 2 jumped into the Vistula River after being spotted by Germans. They were shot dead in the water. The Germans responded, as they typically did, with a massacre. Some 300 were killed in the city and in the ghetto. Despite this massive reprisal, the assassination did bring an end to the regular roundups and mass executions in the capital. Though killings still occurred, their frequent and routine occurrence abated, at least for some time. Aside from this, it also stoked fear in the Germans. The bold assassination in broad daylight had unsettled the Germans. Kuchera's replacement, Paul Otto Geibel, stopped the massive random street roundups, although many Poles were still shot in the ruins of the ghetto and elsewhere. Wehrmacht soldiers were ordered not to walk on the streets alone, and the Germans became obsessed with secrecy around their top officials. Geibel's identity and movements were kept hidden from the Poles, and other top Nazis stationed in Warsaw stayed in the heavily guarded German areas as much as possible. Though the AK was officially created in 1942, the Polish people had continually resisted their occupiers from the very first day of the Second World War. The Polish Victory Service, Polish acronym SZP, would be established upon Poland's capitulation to the Germans at the end of September 1939. The SZP would be renamed the Union of Armed Struggle, Polish acronym ZWZ, in November. The AK would succeed the ZWZ. Its leaders were army officers, though the resistance found no shortage of recruits from all professions and political backgrounds. Always in the shadows were the Gestapo, and so organizing was done through small cells. Secrecy was paramount. When Jan Karski was recruited by an old friend who had joined the underground, he was told, "I must also tell you that if you should turn informer or make any attempt to betray us, you will be shot." Operatives knew only their superior officer and some of their colleagues, and that was it. This would ensure that even under torture, they could not give any other names. One can imagine the horrors endured by those who could not
read a book
satisfy
about
Nazi
the
torturer asking for the names of superiors.
Polish resistance.
As early as 1940, Władysław Sikorski, Prime
pretty
Minister of
interesting.
Poland for the government in exile in London, had instructed the resistance to refrain from assassinations of Germans in favor of sabotage and espionage. He worried of Nazi reprisals, which could, as we've seen, amount to hundreds of civilians killed for the death of just one German. Assassinations, however, increased steadily as the years of military occupation went by. Between November 1943 and May 1944, the AK had executed some 700 Germans. By that summer, they were executing some 10 people a day. However, priority was given to espionage, and the AK would prove itself to be a formidable spy organization. Their intelligence successes
10 people a day is pretty good, huh?
about the German invasion of the Soviet Union months before it occurred, and the identification of the German rocket site at Peenemünde, which the Allies then bombed. The Poles even acquired parts of a German V-2 rocket. They also broke the Enigma codes and provided the British and French with reconstructed Enigma machines. The Germans themselves bitterly acknowledged the threat posed by Polish spies. In December 1942, none other than the Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler wrote, "Within the framework of the entire enemy intelligence operations directed against Germany, the intelligence service of the Polish resistance movement assumed major significance." Crucial as the intelligence gathering was, the AK
they used
also
to
made
work
time
with
to
the
exact judgment
exiled
on
government in
collaborators
London,
and
too.
Nazi officials. It was reportedly common for Polish authorities in London to receive messages such as the following. On October 1st, at 12:05 hours, in Warsaw, killed by shooting, SS Sturmmann Ernst Webers, the cruel oppressor and executioner in the women's prison in Pawiak. June 21st, 1944, in the period of June 2nd to the 10th, by the order of the Directorate of Underground Struggle, 136 Gestapo agents and spies were executed in the provinces of Warsaw, Lublin, and Kielce. The Polish underground also demonstrated their media savvy and their resilience under the constraints of Nazi occupation. Professors held clandestine classes, including at the secret University of Western Lands in Warsaw, which boasted 250 teachers and 2,000 students. More than 10,000 teachers taught well over 100,000 elementary and secondary students throughout occupied Poland. These teachers risked their lives, as the Germans arrested and executed a large number of Polish teachers. In late 1942 alone, 367 were rounded up, most of whom perished in Auschwitz. The Polish underground operated printing shops, 7 large ones in Warsaw alone. Thousands of periodicals, brochures, and books were printed. Nearly 700 titles were published in Warsaw alone, with the AK's information bulletin reaching a circulation of over 40,000. Illegal radio stations operated throughout the city, which proved especially difficult to clamp down on. This massive and sustained popular resistance against the occupation was identified as being simply a natural outcome of any attempts to pacify the Polish people. Wehrmacht General Siegfried Heinecke had warned of the hostility the Poles displayed toward their occupiers. "My troops do not understand that when they are in the general government, the part of Poland not annexed by Germany but under occupation, they are not in the fatherland, but in a region where the majority of the population is hostile to us and opposes us with violence." Indeed, the Germans were well aware of Poland's history of rebellion, so much so that in February 1940, Heinrich Himmler ordered the distribution of a report from one of his SS generals on the Polish uprising against the Russians in 1863. Its final paragraph read, "As can be learned from the experience of 1863, the only means of dealing with a Polish uprising is unmerciful severity applied at the first show of resistance." Beginning on June 22, 1944, the Soviets launched their surprise offensive through Belarusia on the 3rd anniversary of the German invasion of the Soviet Union. Operation Bagration would amount to the single greatest Nazi defeat in the whole of the Second World War. Soviet soldiers surrounded hapless German troops in gigantic pockets and finished them off at their leisure. 300,000 German soldiers were killed, 28 divisions lost. The scale of the disaster echoes that of Napoleon's Grande Armée in 1812 and ranks as one of the greatest military defeats of all time. As if this wasn't enough of a shock, on July 20th came the fateful attempt on Hitler's life. A bomb planted by a cabal of army officers left Hitler injured, angry, and paranoid. These sequential developments, utterly devastating as they were to the Reich, were powerful signals that the Nazi Empire could very well crumble. The day after the failed assassination plot, the commander of the AK, Tadeusz Bohr-Komorowski, sent a telegram to the government in exile in London, which read in part, "It appears certain that on the Eastern Front, the Germans are incapable of taking the initiative from Soviet hands. The recent attempt on Hitler's life, together with the military position of Germany, may lead at any moment to their collapse." However, the Soviet advance, along with the attempt on Hitler's life, would produce a number of collateral conditions that set the stage for the destruction of Warsaw. At first, the Polish resistance and the Polish people had plenty of reason for optimism. As the Red Army swept through the German positions and annihilated troop divisions, the Germans in Warsaw began to pack up and leave. The Nazi-appointed mayor Ludwig Leist and Warsaw District Governor Ludwig Fischer both fled on July 23rd. German residents sold their possessions for almost nothing and clogged the roads leading westward to their own country. Polish morale soared. The AK was jubilant, but a small yet vocal minority tried, in vain as it turned out, to warn them they were wrong. Starting an uprising now, they said, would lead to catastrophe. Colonel Kazimierz Iranek Osmecki, chief of AK intelligence, was perhaps the most important dissenting voice, as he ominously reported to his comrades on July 21st. There is new unverified information that fresh Panzer units have appeared on the right side of the Vistula. Parts of the Hermann Göring division, one of the best units of the German army, have arrived in Girardów. According to our intelligence, the Hermann Göring division was withdrawn from the Italian front and moved by train to Warsaw. 2 days later, Osmecki again warned his comrades, there is a concentration of German forces to the north and east of Warsaw, which is increasing all the time. Now we know that the elite Viking, SS, and Totenkopf divisions have come. With the arrival of the Waffen-SS, Viking, and Totenkopf divisions, and Hermann Göring's own elite Luftwaffe division, the tide was rapidly turning. By the 26th of July, the Germans had stopped panicking. SS and police presence on the streets doubled and then tripled, and the pillboxes and bunkers next to the important buildings and institutions suddenly bristled with troops. At 5 p.m. on July 31st, Osmecki made his way to a high-level AK meeting, prepared to warn against a premature start to the planned uprising. General Bohr told him, I gave the order to start the uprising. A distressed Osmecki told him, General, you have made a mistake.
General, you
The first shots of the Warsaw Uprising were fired on the 1st of August, 1944 at 1:50 p.m. in Żoliborz sector. The insurgents poured into the
They were waiting and waiting for the Soviets to show up.
Insurgency of the Second World War had begun. General Bohr would later write of the dramatic moment that the resistance launched their surprise attack. For 5 years, they had all awaited this moment. Now the last second seemed like an eternity. At 5 o'clock, they would cease to be an underground resistance movement and would become once more regular soldiers fighting in the open. Thousands of windows flashed as they were flung open. From all sides, a hail of bullets struck passing Germans, riddling their buildings and their marching formations. In 15 minutes, an entire city of 1 million inhabitants was engulfed in the fight. The battle for the city was on. Hitler, still reeling from the assassination attempt, was a profoundly changed man. Major Cortez Enloe Jr., who interrogated Hitler's doctors for the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, later described how the attempt on his life set in motion in the mind of that evil and uncertain man a chain of psychological reactions that separated the Führer from his advisors and friends and gradually undermined his psyche. Indeed, among other consequences of the failed plot was the ascendancy of the Reichsführer SS. Hitler's deep distrust of his generals created the conditions for Himmler to be handsomely rewarded for his loyalty in time for the uprising in Warsaw. As a matter of fact, the suppression of the revolt would be the only ground operation of the Second World War, led almost entirely by the SS. The uprising would be put down not by regular troops, but by some of the most notorious of Himmler's SS thugs, who had honed their skills in the killing fields of Belarusia. Erich von den Bach-Zelewski, Oskar Derlewanger, Bronislaw Kamiński, and members of Einsatzgruppe B, who had been unceremoniously ejected from their comfortable fiefdoms in the east, a consequence of the Soviet Bagration offensive. Unfortunately for the Polish fighters, those hardened SS troops, now banished from Belarusia, would find refuge in Poland. Details quickly started to emerge that so-called bandits were shooting at German officers in the Polish capital. Hitler wasn't worried, as he was advised these were isolated incidents, but by the evening, resistance fighters had pinned down the SS and police leader for the Warsaw district, Paul Otto Geibel. Geibel was now cowering in the basement of his residence with nowhere to flee. The Führer and Reichsführer drafted their order for Warsaw that evening, containing the following three-point plan. Number 1. Captured insurgents ought to be killed, regardless of whether they are fighting in accordance with the Hague Convention or not. Number 2. The part of the population not fighting, women and children, should likewise be killed. Number 3. The whole town must be leveled to the ground. Houses, streets, offices, everything that is in the town. Warsaw will be wiped out, Hitler declared. The AK never had enough weapons or ammunition to fight a conventional battle. Weapons came from a number of sources. The first main source were those weapons from the Polish regular army that had been buried upon their defeat in 1939. Unfortunately for them, many of these stockpiles were ruined by the time they were dug up in the 5 years they had been in the ground. But some, including Polish anti-tank rifles, heavy machine guns, carbines, and mortars, were able to be recovered. The resistance were also able to establish their own clandestine weapons factories, and by the time of the uprising they produced about 1/3 of their own weapons. These included pistols, grenades, submachine guns, even flamethrowers. I'm pleased to provide some images of these homemade weapons, courtesy of the Warsaw Rising Museum, which the creator recently visited. As if that weren't reminiscent enough of the ingenuity of the NLF in Vietnam, the AK were also able to secure weapons through purchase from corrupt German officials, including heavy and light machine guns, rifles, and pistols. There were also the British Royal Air Force drops. About 600 tons were dropped in parachute-fitted crates by July 1944. These included thousands of Sten submachine guns, Piat anti-tank launchers, mortars, and about 30 tons of plastic explosives. Almost all of these weapons were dropped outside the city, however, and were unable to be easily recovered. Indeed, the AK were marred by numerous setbacks, and just before the uprising began, in the spring of 1944, the Gestapo located 2 of the AK's largest arsenals, amounting to some 20% of their weapons. Just days before the uprising began, the Germans found another cache of weapons containing 40,000 grenades, which cut their total number by half. Indeed, out of some 300,000 volunteers by the outbreak of the uprising, it's unlikely that more than 10,000 were actually armed at any given time. Only the elite units, including Khedive, were continuously trained and armed. The common dress of the resistance was the red and white Polish armband. Uniforms included a mix of pre-war Polish uniform items, captured German helmets, and Waffen-SS camouflage smocks. Large stocks of Luftwaffe coveralls and field caps were captured and dyed black, which became standard wear for AK troops in the southern parts of the city. One unit even wore blue postal office uniforms. The AK's leadership can be judged by the earliest attacks on German targets. The AK fought under the leadership of General Antoni Khrushchev, who went by the nom de guerre Monter. Monter was de facto commander of all AK armed forces during the uprising. He had risen to the rank of company commander in the Austro-Hungarian army during World War I. Like General Bohr, he joined the new Polish army, later fighting in the Polish-Soviet War. Upon the German occupation, he went underground, quickly rising through the ranks. The first day of the uprising was characterized by a number of what can only be described as suicide missions, with troops launching themselves at heavily manned and fortified positions. These included bridges across the Vistula River. Capturing one of these bridges was a daunting task. In order for the AK troops even to get near their targets, they would have to run out in the open for some 100 meters and overpower the bunker garrison. It was an impossible task. Most of the AK soldiers who tried that day were mowed down before they even got close to the bunker. Indeed, when the AK mounted an attack on the Kirbecz Bridge, the 103rd Company from Praga and the Buncha Battalion under the Rogue Group were mowed down in a matter of minutes. The Konrads Battalion attack on the Poniatowski Bridge as well ended in disaster, as they were immediately out in the open for the 2 Nazi platoons on the Poniatowski and the Kirbecz bridges to see. They immediately fired on the advancing Home Army soldiers. The attempt to take Okentia, today the site of Warsaw's main Chopin airport, was also doomed from the start. Okentia was defended by no less than 800 Luftwaffe troops, armed with 20mm flak guns. It would be stormed by just 120 men of the 7th Infantry Regiment. more than half of them were killed. On the second day of the uprising, they tried for the Bielany airport, which was itself defended by the Luftwaffe's Flak Unit 80, along with the airport security forces, which combined numbered some 3,500 men. 77 AK troops lay dead after 5 hours of fighting. 120 men were then thrown at the Luftwaffe bunker and anti-aircraft artillery positions, known as the Flak Kaserne, with the Granat Company losing 100 out of just 120 men. Perhaps the most pointless losses occurred in attacks on the police and SS barracks. These were some of the most heavily defended areas in the general government, and home to hundreds of SS, SD, and Gestapo men who had no intention of dying at the hands of Polish insurgents. Monter had planned to take the entire police district in a single day, but this was utterly delusional, as to overcome such positions by force would have required heavy artillery and thousands of men, neither of which he had at his disposal.
Screen door
Once
on a
again,
submarine.
Small units of a few dozen men were mowed down as they ran up to the barricades, pillboxes, and bunkers bristling with weapons. The Yelen unit was sent to capture the Warsaw headquarters of the Gestapo on Rakowiecka Street. They met 2 SS battalions totaling more than 1,400 troops, along with 5 Tiger tanks, 4 Panzer IVs, and 1 Panzer from the Viking and Totenkopf divisions. When the Polish assault groups left cover to assault the building, they were virtually wiped out by automatic weapons fire. The battalion Bautik were sent to seize the SS Polizei barracks on Narbuta Street, resulting in a third of them being killed. A real loss, as they were a fixture of the Bajta Regiment, one of the best units in the AK. In describing the AK battle plan, one of its soldiers, Andrzej Borowiec, later opined, ordering poorly armed and mostly inexperienced fighters against heavily fortified German positions in broad daylight smacked of criminal irresponsibility. It would be easy to label the operations during these first days as a tactical nightmare played out by military amateurs, but that would be misleading. Although the Poles failed to take the bridges, airports, and key communication centers, they did acquire several important buildings, many of them housing military and police officers, that had a symbolic significance. This was not a small factor to a people oppressed for 5 years by Nazi occupation. Moreover, by the second day, several vital installations, gas, electric, and waterworks, were in Polish hands. The battle for the electric plant was especially fierce, but the building fell to the AK after a 19-hour fight, despite German shelling with 88mm guns. The plant operated until September 4th, when air and artillery fire completely destroyed it. Costly though it was, the Poles did control the city and held the initiative, but only briefly. From the first day of the fighting, the German city commandant of Warsaw, Generalleutnant Rainer Stahel, estimated that he had lost 500 to 600 men. The AK had lost some 2,000. Stahel had arrived in Warsaw to assume his new role just 1 day before the uprising began. By August 2nd, he found himself surrounded on all sides by AK forces, trapped in the Brule Palace with no way to escape. The AK fiercely defended their positions, hawking grenades at German troops and setting tanks on fire. The Germans fled, and some died from their burns. Governor Hans Frank would later express his dismay at the lack of German army support in the city. But with the Germans launching their counterattack on the Red Army, following the latter's devastating summer offensive, there were no soldiers to spare. It was this severe shortage of highly trained troops that led to the tragic use of special SS forces under Himmler's command to crush the Warsaw Uprising. In that sense, the timing could not have been worse for the people of the city. With Stahel interposed, command of German troops fighting the uprising would be awarded to SS Obergruppenführer Erich von den Bach. Like his counterparts in the Polish resistance, Bach's military career began in the First World War, joining as a volunteer for the Prussian army in 1914. After joining the SS in 1931, he participated in the infamous Night of the Long Knives, the violent purge.
Oh, dude, that's my favorite long thing.
Bach rose through the ranks, becoming SS Polizei commander in Silesia. He'd later command a number of anti-partisan units in Belarusia.
Someone get in the best of you.
In August of 1941, Bach received the Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler himself in Minsk. Himmler rode the streets in an open Mercedes, visited the SS headquarters, and toured a Soviet prisoner of war camp. He was also honored with a demonstration of a real-life massacre of some 120 men, courtesy of Einsatzgruppe B commander Artur Niebuhr. As Bach himself later described the encounter, at the time of the shooting of these 120, there was a young Jewish boy of 20 who had a Nordic appearance, with blue eyes and blonde hair. Himmler called that boy aside from the pit where he was to be shot and asked him if he were Jewish, whether his grandparents were all Jewish. The boy replied that as far as he knew, his entire family was Jewish.
Yes, sir, we all love money and have big noses.
And the boy was executed along with the others. You could see how Himmler tried to save the boy's life. The interviewer asked, "Are you giving me this example as an instance of the nobleness of Himmler?" No, but I just want to show that Himmler was not as he is branded today. He was not a man who was hard-hearted in the sight of blood. He was hard-hearted by reason of a fanatic ideology, but he was undoubtedly soft and cowardly.
What?
Not all AK efforts on the first day of the uprising were for naught, as by the second day, German captured arms included 6 howitzers, 7 mortars, 2 anti-tank guns, 27 Panzerfäuste, 13 heavy machine guns, 57 light machine guns, 373 rifles, and 103 pistols. In particular, the additional machine guns greatly increased Polish defensive capabilities. On the morning of August 2nd, SS commanders sent several panzers to break through Polish barricades in Wola in an attempt to reach the Brule Palace. The men didn't realize they were entering an elite Khedive stronghold. The Khedive fighters were heavily armed, with captured Panzerfäuste, as well as British Piat anti-tank launchers, gammon grenades, and improvised explosives. German tank crews fled their vehicles. 2 Panzer tanks were captured and fitted with Polish colors, forming a new Polish Wacek Panzer platoon. The AK were able to capture much of the central district of Warsaw's Old Town. Unable to wrest back control, the Germans began regular bombing raids on the 4th of August. With complete air superiority over the city, and the Poles lacking any anti-aircraft weapons, it was
Hey, you
open
think
season.
Himmler
But the
got
Poles
down
fiercely
like that?
defended their Old Town stronghold. When a column of German tanks advanced toward the district, 3 tanks were disabled by a barrage of hundreds of Molotov cocktails. The rest fled. But these few success stories, along with the various efforts around the capital, would not go unpunished. Some of the first SS reprisals occurred in the holding cells of the Gestapo headquarters, where some 600 prisoners were massacred. An SS Polizei unit lobbed grenades at terrified civilians in a Jesuit cemetery. This would only be the beginning, as the SS troops began to fulfill the Hitler-Himmler order for Warsaw. It would be carried out to its most horrifying extent in the Wola district. The civilian population, which had organized in resistance against the occupation from day one, showed out with strength once the uprising started. The prospect of having to fight an underground army, hidden among tens of thousands of civilians in endless apartment blocks and office buildings, which quickly came to resemble fortresses, was a true nightmare. It was the civilians who streamed out of their homes and began to build barricades on every street corner on the very first evening. And it was in this sense that the Warsaw Uprising became a mass phenomenon. Another challenge for the Germans could be found in the fact that tunnels were dug to other buildings so that there was no need to go outside. By the morning of August 5th, Warsaw was swarming with new SS troops as the German fighting strength in Warsaw doubled to over 6,000 men. Most were now assembled in the suburbs adjacent to Wola and Ochota. They would be under the command of SS Gruppenführer Heinrich Reinefat, who was ordered by Bach to round up SS and police units to mount the first counterattacks. Reinefat would perpetrate the largest single battlefield massacre in the whole of the Second World War. The town of Warsaw is in flames in almost all parts. The burning down of the houses is the best means to prevent the rebels from using them as shelter. The attack on Wola began with artillery fire, followed by incendiary bombs dropped by the Luftwaffe's 1st Aircraft Division. SS Oberführer Oskar Dellewanger led a battalion bearing his name. SS troops went from door to door, rousting all civilians and then setting the buildings afire. No one was exempt. Dellewanger's troops rounded up every man, woman, and child along a 1-kilometer stretch of Volska Street. Piotr Dolny was one of them. On August 6, 1944, at 6 a.m., a detachment of SS men armed with grenades and submachine guns arrived at my building. They scattered around, ordering the residents to come out. We were ordered to raise our hands. Then one of the Germans, a young man about 30 years of age, walked next to the row of men standing with their hands raised and shot each of them in the back of the head.
Greer on
I
PBD?
stood the second to last in the row. Unconscious for about 6 hours, I awoke at about 11 a.m. and stood up. The SS men were gone, and I found myself surrounded by men's dead bodies, roughly 100 in number. Dolny survived as the bullet passed through his jaw and exited out of his mouth. Jan Grabowski's entire family were captured in another one of these roundups. On August 5th, 1944, between 10 and 11 a.m., around 100 German troops burst into the yard of our building and arranged themselves in a line. All of us were ordered to lie down on the ground. The group from our building numbered
Greer was on
500
PBD,
persons.
baby. Let's go.
I noticed that a machine gun had been set up on a stand on the ground. At one point, the Germans started shooting this machine gun, light machine guns, and throwing grenades into the lying crowd. After some time, the shooting ceased. I noticed that the Germans were bringing another group. People lay down, and another shooting began, which continued, with breaks for killing off those still moving, for at least 6 hours. A German walked over me 3 times with his shoes. I was not hurt. but my wife and children had been murdered. My little 5-month-old boy was crying. I heard a German ordering someone to shoot him. Then I heard a shot, and the child went silent. The tram depot on Winarska Street, the railway viaduct at Gorchevska 15, the Farnajek and Ursus factories, and the foundries at Volska 122 to 124 would all become killing fields. Indeed, the Warsaw of today is the site of untold horrors. Stanisław Pentlak, another survivor and witness.
We got pretty far.
In the rest of South America, the videos and photographs that have been produced are certainly not as numerous as in Mexico, but the material in existence provides researchers and scientists with increasingly extraordinary material for their investigations.
El 14 de abril del 2012, sobre la base aérea de Zapopan, en Jalisco, México, Octavio García captó un objeto luminoso esférico que realiza maniobras inteligentes. Observe con toda atención.
I wonder if they're doing this more now, because they get shot down when they go to America, if they go over to Mexico more.
A baja altura, la esfera se suspende, como si observara algo o a alguien. Luego se eleva a la izquierda.
Que se acerque. Está haciendo como círculos, ¿verdad?
Después se mueve horizontalmente y prepara una maniobra. No pierda detalle. Observe.
Whoa.
Wow.
It's just parallax. It's just parallax. Don't worry about it.
La esfera baja en la ciudad entre las casas.
No.
It was just parallax.
Nuevamente, observe con cuidado.
Parallax.
Wow.
Sorry. I hate to be the one to break it to you, to burst your bubble. That's just parallax.
Eran las 8:40 de la noche y estaba cambiando porque iba a ir a un evento.
Parallax.
Y de repente me asomé por la ventana y vi una luz, era como una barra con 4 luces. Y esas luces cambiaban, intercalaban 2 colores, rojo y blanco. Pero se movía así, hacía un giro y se movía por otros lados. En el video se ve que es como una luz, una bola, pero en realidad era como una barra con colores. No tenía movimientos comunes de un avión y de un objeto que el hombre haya hecho. Tenía movimientos muy inteligentes.
Ahora observe esta demostración. El 19 de octubre de 2007, en la Ciudad de México, una esfera baja como asomándose sobre los techos. Y luego se eleva. Y el 7 de enero del 2010, en Tasco, Guerrero, México, otra esfera que desciende entre las casas. Observe.
Wow.
Permanece oculta y luego se eleva. Se suspende y desciende de nuevo de donde ya no fue vista.
Se ve como que está explorando la zona, hasta cierto punto baja hacia una casa y tarda unos segundos y se vuelve a elevar y empieza otra vez a hacer ciertos movimientos bruscos para luego perderse entre los árboles.
Descendió,
exacto. Descendió, se volvió a elevar y se pierde entre los árboles.
Esta clase de objetos no identificados y sus acercamientos son una presencia cada vez más frecuente, por lo que esta investigación continuará.
I guess let's put it
Dude,
this way.
he was
What
on
the
Magic
most
Show.
Fascinating
Nice.
part
to that News Nation piece that came out? Was it just that they mentioned the psionic aspect of it, and it seemed to be the majority
so
of
bad, Patrick.
the piece
You
itself?
fucking suck.
Was that
I hate you
was it
so
that, or
much.
was there something specific? Or I don't know.
For sure. I mean, the biggest part to me was that they were using psionics to interact with the UFO phenomenon. You know, I think that's one of the biggest breakthroughs in this field in a long time. Like I said, I think it put us ahead 20 years into the disclosure of conversation. That's like a big no-no. That's something that you'll read about in like Jacques Vallée's journals, or you'll hear about the NIDS or OSAP team doing these experiments behind the scenes, but they're not talking about it publicly, right? But this is exactly to the root of the UFO phenomenon. It's getting into the deeper aspects of it. The crash retrieval stuff is important, right? But all this like techno, you know, the like the technological aspect, of course it's a part of it, right? But that stuff is almost like a distraction compared to the deeper aspects of the UFO phenomenon, which is like who are these non-human intelligence? What are they saying? What are the interactions? How are they communicating? And what is the nature of reality? You know, in with all that in mind, that's the deeper stuff. You know, it's the technology stuff is almost like a distraction. It's super important, and it's just as valid as a part of the conversation. But what I'm saying is, if they're willing to talk about crash retrievals and reverse engineering stuff, like what is the stuff they haven't been willing to talk about? And, you know, it's finally coming out in these kind of discussions.
Sure. I mean, look, I would be lying if I didn't say I'm extremely skeptical.
I know you are,
I'm
you
just
fucking
being honest,
scumbag.
That's just my opinion about it. I'm extremely skeptical of it because I start to see who's connected to who, and it doesn't necessarily worry me. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm open-minded and I'm willing to admit if I'm wrong down the line, like for sure. And I'm not really taking a stance one way or the other because I don't have all the information. So it's hard for me to definitively take a stance, you know, one way or
debunk
the
every
other.
single
But
thing you see,
I can
man.
see for
Come
someone
on.
like yourself, right? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but
Oh my
you
God,
also
someone like yourself.
participate in some of these what we might call psionic protocols, right? So you yourself have tested this. You think it works, and right. So am I getting that right? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Why do you could say I'm a professional, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Probably
Yeah.
more experienced than people who are psionic assets.
Well, okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I remember briefly talking about that in our interview before. I should have watched that, to be honest with you, before I sat down with you again.
You're so unprofessional.
But yeah, let's
Fucking
kind of dive into that a little bit because I saw you tweet out that you had made a couple videos about this on your channel, and you kind of, you know, retweeted them out, right? Like, hey, check this out. So let's jump into that. So you also have these abilities.
I want
don't
Patrick to know how
the
much
right
I hate him.
terminology here to use. So I know, I'm sorry. I want to be respectful about it. So just kind of, I'll just let
I
you
don't
take
usually
over
don't feel
here a
the
little bit,
urge to
like-
say that to
Yeah.
too many people.
No, I mean,
but
the
this
main
guy, I feel
takeaway,
like I'd like to tell him
I wish I had the tweet in front of me.
how much I dislike him.
Is actually, no, because what I said is like, you do not need to be a psionic asset or a P3 operator to engage the phenomenon, right? You do not. You don't have to be special. This is one thing that
But
I think we talked
but
about.
I want to be a P3 operator. No, you got to
bi
be
or
fucking gay.
whatever.
Dude,
None of
I've
that
already
matters.
gotten
And
the surgery
I'm an example of that because I'm
to make
I'm
myself
like
left-handed.
Mr. Basic, super normal, average.
Yeah, I'm a D operator. You know what I'm
40
saying?
hours, well, 60 hours a week,
Ew.
70 hours a week, whatever. Go home to my kids and stuff and live my life stuff. I'm as basic and normal as it gets. I don't think I'm neurodivergent. I could be, maybe a little bit here or there. But I don't have anything special or remarkable about me in the sense where
you're
like,
just
I'm
open-minded.
different that I can do this. I'm experienced, right? I mean, kind of what sparked everything for me was my early experiences. So that kind of cracked
He's
me
not a
open,
stigma
right?
cock.
But other than that,
Like you, Patrick.
I don't have like I've had psionic experiences, but I don't consider myself a psionic individual, right? I'm not I wouldn't consider
Dude, he's
myself
Professor
like,
Xavier.
oh wow, man, this guy is like super intuitive. Like, not really.
Okay.
But
That's
hey,
interesting.
CE5, I have a knack for it. I'm just gifted
Got it.
in the sense, right? It's effort, time and effort, right?
That you put in practicing.
Dude, the aliens were gonna
protocols
come
and
to your
learning
house
it,
anyway
right,
to abduct
essentially,
you,
like a
so they
sport,
might as
right?
well
That's
show
kind
up
of how
early so you
I
can
described
show
in
off
a
for your
recent video
friends.
I did. You gotta practice at it to get better at it, essentially.
Patrick,
So
you would
it's the
never be
same
good
thing
at it.
with,
Aliens would never come to
whether
see
you're talking
you.
about meditation, psionics, out-of-body experiences, remote viewing. Everything has it's time and effort, right? It's practice. You're inevitably.
Dude, I'd
if
like
you
to see
throw
Stephen Greer
a
beat the
rock
crap out of fucking
at
Patrick.
a target and a
Wouldn't that be
bullseye
nice?
or a dart or whatever it is 1,000 times,
It's like take his shirt off.
you're gonna hit
You'd
the
be like, oh,
bullseye.
you done fucked up now,
Eventually,
Patrick.
it's just a matter of probability. And
Sure.
you know, you hit the bullseye enough times,
That'd be
you're
so
gonna kind of
cool.
think, "Oh wait, how did I do that?" Right?
Yeah.
You're gonna get a feel for it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, when people put it that way, that does make sense. Here's something that I've thought about recently: is all of that makes sense what you're saying. The problem, and people say, "Okay, Pat, well, just try it. You can go try it yourself." And
Yeah,
we
go
probably
try
even
it,
talked
Patrick.
about that on our last podcast, and I've had people mention it to me. But see, I keep running into this wall, and the wall
That you won't
is-
try it?
I don't know what this phenomenon is, if it's real, and it's, you know, and people like yourself
Dude, I
believe
want
it
him to be abducted.
100% real. I haven't crossed that line yet, but if it is real, then no one can guarantee my safety if I try this, right? To make
Right.
some sort of mental connection with an entity that we know nothing about sounds like jumping out of a plane with no parachute. So,
dude,
do you not worry about that yourself, or how do you explain that to someone?
Yeah, I
who
mean, I
wants to try it?
guess. Yeah.
So in
I
the
guess he's
videos that I
honest. He just
posted,
has awful takes.
which
yeah.
maybe you can include in the description.
100%, absolutely.
He just annoys
I
me.
included
It's not really
disclaimer in
his
the first
fault.
one. It's called an
It's like
introduction
an
to
uncanny
contact
valley
work.
thing, I guess.
And contact work is the same thing as psionic. It's the same thing as CE5. And I included disclaimer because
It's like the the
for
negative,
me, I
like
didn't
the
have a
inverse
choice,
of
right?
me.
I had experiences already. So at that point, I was just continuing the conversation. I want to know what happened to me, why it happened to me.
Yeah, I hate
was
literally
already
everything
in the-
about him.
in
I hate
the-
his logo.
in the
I hate
ocean,
his
so to
theme
speak, so I
song.
just wanted to be able to navigate it.
Sure.
So
his fucking
I grew
clothes.
up on the crime side, the New York
for
Times
somebody
side.
who hasn't experienced it, I do put a
What's up?
disclaimer and say, like, you can have the most beautiful
Thanks
and
for following.
wonderful experience, and it can
Hope
still
you're not a
have
Patrick fan
a
here to
very,
yell at me. That'd be funny.
like disruptive impact in your life. It can be look at Jake Barber, right? He explains his beautiful experience, but you can see that he's been through some shit.
Yeah, because
right?
he works for the deep state, like
clearly,
or at least he did.
and it might not.
That's what
be
I
the
mean. I don't
experience
think the
itself, but
phenomenon
the
believes
paradigm
him.
shift. Now it's like
His change of heart.
You know,
I don't believe him.
you could have this extraordinary, beautiful experience with this non-human intelligence, and
Like
you
I believe
automatically
the things he's
have
saying.
this,
I don't believe.
sensation or knowing that everything is.
I'm
in the
not
universe
100%
is one,
sold
or
on his
whatever,
motives,
Whatever kind of
you know?
experience you have, an awakening experience, and then all of a sudden, like try to.
Dude,
explain
you
that
should
to
bring
your
those fans
spouse
over
and see how that
here.
goes.
They'd probably be
See if
much
it doesn't
happier in
mess
my
up your
setup.
marriage, right? See if it doesn't make your family say you're nuts. I mean, I was lucky in the case my family saw a lot of this stuff firsthand.
Tell them we have a no debunking rule.
But if they hadn't, and I tried to explain this, they might like think no,
We're
what's
kind of like the
going on? So,
opposite of Edit.
You know, try telling this to your friends. Talk about it at work.
We
See
use
how
our
that goes.
discernment.
Um,
we don't use our
there's a lot of
debunking.
you might just say, "What, man? We're not alone in the universe." And this is such an important topic. Like, why am I working this 40-hour job every week? Why? It's meaningless. It has no meaning. I want to go participate in something real that means something. You could just want to go take a trip to India and meditate for months on end or whatever it is. Like you could have this positive experience and it can still be highly disruptive in your life.
That's true.
Yeah. No, that's
Or you can have an experience with non-human intelligence, and because of that experience,
just watch.
You've now opened. It's not like you've opened this portal, right?
It
So
doesn't
what
annoy
happened
me
is
as much as
your-
with Patrick was
perception,
wearing it.
awareness. The aperture is now more open, right? Say it's open 25 degrees more, right? or 25%. You're going to see and experience maybe other things. Maybe you start to have like poltergeist activity, the hitchhiker effect, or post-contact effects. You know, that might mess with you, right? And that you might not have asked for that, but it's a side effect of an encounter. You know, Jacques
He
Vallée
reminds
talked
me
about that in
of what's his
Invisible
name?
College. You could have a
Stargate
spiritual
Voyager
transformation,
guy,
right?
Derek.
Who wants to
Stargate
have a
Derek.
spiritual transformation in their mid-30s or 40s when you're working your job and you have your family? You know, it could still mess you up.
Yeah.
For some people, it could be the most positive influence and change in their life, and it can be for all the better. So you have these kind of like either or situations, or, you know, in some way it's going to affect you, right? You heard Jake Barber say this was the most beautiful experience in his life that he had with this entity, this non-human intelligence. You don't know what you're going to get. And, you know, when I started the first CE5 social networking groups in around 2009. So I ended up going out and doing field work with hundreds of people doing CE5 and contact work, and non-locally, you know.
You should tell your friends to come in the morning. That's a good
field
idea.
Workers and contact workers over the last 16 years. The general consensus is if you go out with a positive attitude to have a positive encounter with non-human intelligence, like 99% of the time, that's generally what you're going to get, if you get anything at all, right?
How do you know you don't just get Whitley Strieber and Men in Black?
To have a negative experience during a CE5,
flashy thing,
or negative things start happening to you is possible.
First they Whitley Strieber you, and then they Men in Black
I'm just saying
you.
that based on I'm informed on the matter.
Sure.
But again, if you're somebody that has a caution about it, don't do it. Don't do it. Nobody's making you do it.
Patrick, you would get toe up.
If you have a hesitancy, don't do it. I only would say to the people that have like, I'm going to do it anyways, right? Like those are the people that should be doing it.
Debunkers.
People
Oh, dude,
that
they
don't
should
question
torture
in
the
their mind,
debunkers. That'd be
right?
great.
Like you have a calling to it. You're compelled to do it. Like you don't care what anybody says. You're
I was
do
trying
anyway.
to
Those are the
debunk it,
people I would
and then
recommend
I
do it.
got sucked
If you have
into
any
the realm of
reservations,
eternal pain.
think about it, right? And that also kind of is going to affect your outcomes too, I would say.
Why did I
generally
ever
speaking.
debunk?
If you have that kind of conviction that you're just going to go out and do it and whatever, you're usually going to have better results too.
That's fair. See, this is why I like talking. This is why I like talking to you, man, because you know
He
you're
seems like a really nice
open-minded
guy.
even to the
He's just like
skepticism,
incredibly
someone like
normal.
myself who has questions and concerns.
He's just like
you're very respectful,
painfully
and very cool to talk
normie.
to about
He
this,
just
and
happened to get into
that's
some
the
cool
kind of
shit.
approach I wish more people had in this, instead of just, you know, you're an idiot if you don't want to get. It's like, well, wait a second, just hang on. We're talking about communicating with other potential other entities. Like, fuck, can I have some?
I think you probably only hear the good stories.
I'm cautious
huh?
of getting on the subway in you know a city I go to. You know what I mean? Like, I have questions there. Like, this should be some, you know, and doing that kind of travel. We're talking
Bad
mental
stories are,
travel.
like,
So
hard to
this is what I like
share,
about you. This is what I like about your show. This is what I like about talking to you and listening to you, is that you're open to having these sort of conversations and discussing people's other questions they may have, or skepticism, or whatever it may be. And I love that about you, man, to be honest with you. Your show is really good, engaging the phenomena, which totally connects to everything you just said, right? Like, honestly, I think that just hit me while we were talking. That's why you named the show. Dude, I'm such an idiot.
You
like,
idiot.
It was right,
oh
it was
my
right
God,
under my
Patrick.
nose the whole time.
God, I hate you
know
so
what I mean?
much.
Right in front of me.
They're right under it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, boom. It totally
You're
makes
lucky I
sense.
like
And
UAP
again,
James
I
so
highly
much.
recommend people that check out your podcast and watch your show. You do great interviews. You ask great questions. That's what I always say about you.
He's
You
super
ask some
cranked out,
really
but
good
like
questions
in
that
an
honestly
adorable
people
way.
don't even notice how good they
You know,
are.
like
You ask really, really
like
good
Dr.
questions
J.
because you are so informed. You really
Him
come
and Dr.
in
J are
with
real thought leaders.
just these very poignant questions. So I highly recommend people check out your show and, you know, what you do. And again, this is why I do enjoy conversing with you about this, because we don't have all the answers. And I think it's important to have these sort of open dialogues. And yeah, man, I respect the hell out of you, dude, and what you're doing, and appreciate all the work you're putting in.
I wonder who his wife is. Keen. The race to harness quantum computing's mind-bending powers. Dude, Professor Simon, he's so mad. Dude, all these nuts and bolts guys who were like just like dipping their toe into UFOs, like, oh, what's this? Flying saucers, huh? And then all of a sudden they're like, oh fuck, it's mind, it's like fucking telepathy. Oh no. I mean, that's really what everybody says. You start poking around, you get sucked in there, and then before you know it, you're talking about telepathy and fucking changing the past or whatever. Oh yeah, Representative Luna, in between saying fucking, inflammatory slurs, she said some shit about how Trump put her in charge of some big thing. Seems like it's maybe like a disclosure board, sort of like the Kennedy panel thing that they wanted to put together. Probably not a select committee, maybe. Yeah, we need to go to Patrick's Discord and steal all the vetted, whatever they're called. The vetters. Yeah, vetters, that's it. We should, I don't want to steal Chode's fans, though. Like, I just want to steal Patrick's fans. Yeah, we need to do entry of them in the Vedic community. Chode, we can bring them along peacefully, we can kind of like merge with Chode. Like a, non-hostile takeover. But the vetters, we just need to fucking yoink them out of there. Hostile regime change. Yeah, Walter Bosley, this is the guy I was telling you about who had that NISD or whatever. The 19th century ballooning outfit. They were like early balloon experimenters. It was like mostly German immigrants, settlers in California, like before it was a state. I know, that's what I mean. Like, they'd be much better off over here. It would be, merciful. The way he talks about it, though, his audience is like not into it too, because he's like constantly dancing around the edges of it and apologizing every time he talks about anything remotely political. This guy's just like an unrepentant
asset led us to another location high in the Sierras, which was a glacier lake, and the hard drives were sealed in a steel container like 25 feet underwater.
What?
So a third mission.
What exactly is on these hard drives?
I don't know. Whatever it was, there was at least 2 adversarial parties who would do anything to get their hands on them, and we got caught in the middle. We received human intelligence that gave us the intel package we needed to pursue where we thought the first set of tough books might be. A recovery team was sent, and we found the tough books. I'm not going to say where, and we returned them to our employer at a familiar facility in the California desert. The tough books were missing the hard drives. We then set out to recover the hard drives. We found our human asset led us to another location high in the Sierras, which was a glacier lake, and the hard drives were sealed in a steel container like 25 feet underwater.
What?
So a third mission.
What exactly is on these hard drives?
I don't know. Whatever it was, there was at least two adversarial parties who would do anything to get their hands on them, and we got caught in the middle. The next mission we went out on, I'll just tell you that shots were fired, and we called bullshit, and that's when we began to backtrack and set out with our own effort to find out exactly who we were working for and what they were interested in.
Can you say who you were working for?
No, I can't say. There's currently two investigations taking place right now, and
FBI?
I can't. FBI is one of them.
And when you say you called bullshit, shots were fired, can you say anything about that incident?
Yo, FBI's where the guys who were working with the Tedescos were too.
No. But I'll take we got jerked around. Our intel changed last minute.
The Tedescos were
there was a lot of bad things.
The FBI were the ones who gave them the list that was like, ask these questions or whatever, right? And that list was fucking super pilled. Like, you could tell from reading that list that they knew what they were dealing with.
On rhythmically that didn't smell right.
There appears to be a faction at the FBI who's genuinely investigating the phenomenon.
Whether you're playing along or not, because you need to play along to gather and to do interrogation of what traps are being laid in front of you. Just hope you don't fall in them, because that's helpful information.
When you say they are using you for plausible deniability just to sever the hidden hand, can you say anything more about that?
Yeah. It was believed that there was evidence of crash retrievals that were proof of criminal activity on these tough books, and that this data was captured illegally on operations within the program in the desert, and that there was a whistleblower or group of whistleblowers that were going to be turning this evidence in to the powers that be in order to expose the program, and thereby doing that, expose individuals. So this is, everyone likes to ask, like, why are you talking right now? Aren't you afraid for your life? How come people haven't been killed? And I'll tell you why. There's a couple of reasons. One, why am I not afraid that
we're gonna take
someone's
his ass out,
try and silence me with death? Well, first of all, if they wanted to and were capable of doing it, if they had the will and skill to do it, they would have done it already. They also, like, Lou wouldn't be here, Dave wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be here. They would have done it already.
I pray that you are right. Just to play devil's advocate for a second,
Boeing.
Lou and Dave are of different class than you. You've touched the metal, so to speak. Maybe not the craft itself, but you are as close as it gets to the actual retrieval.
But why does that? Why would that make me any more of a?
Well, there's always somebody. I know Dave, and I find him beyond reproach.
What up?
Act stupid to get human. 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 To get human.
What up? What's going on? Yeah, we were just talking about, whether they're gonna take out these whistleblowers, and, what'll happen to the debunkers. Will they be included? Why does he have two microphones? I feel like I hear somebody's alarm clock going off inside. I don't know what I want to put on next. Kind of want to watch something cool, but Do you see that thing about how the buyout they were offering everybody was bogus? That's so funny.
Greetings. These days, there's always something to talk about.
Oh, we were gonna watch PBD. Oh, I forgot. Dude.
I'm not even sure that the files that they have.
Who, Jake Baba?
Do you think this is the next phase that we're going to find things out under his
Dude, he's no grush.
It's all in play.
Sir, we have an executive order.
He was threatened to be killed. And in this crate, he thought they were transporting drugs. No, those are human assets in it.
If we release these, how big of a disruption will it be to the world? It's chaos on top of chaos.
So let's just say that the people I've been meeting with since the election...
Biden UFO truths? What is that?
Administration. Number one, don't know anything about the subject.
I mean, this is bigger than preventing Big Pharma from advertising on TV.
Oh, this is massive. But also, what's the human future without it? You know, he offered me...
It's double bind.
In May of 1992, $2 billion if I would join his team and not do what I've been doing. And, you know, as a young, I was in my 30s. And as a young
look
doctor,
at younger.
You know how hard that is to believe?
Anyone who's seen Unacknowledged knows more than the people around the president on this.
Such as who?
Dude, they haven't even seen Unacknowledged. Where's the rest of the accounts I follow? But
All right, you want some brand new whistleblower testimony and brand new
Who's this
UAP
guy?
footage?
What? Log in. You shitting me?
If you're gonna start anywhere with
Who's this guy?
temple mysteries, you have to start with India. India has the craziest architecture you will ever see. Half the stuff in the temples spin if they don't float. The pillars in these temples look exactly like a sound wave in 3D. That one's iron. It hasn't rusted in 2,300 years. They carved them into mountains and then out of mountains. You can't make a mistake. You have one shot at it. When they're done carving, they put the finest details head to toe in the entire temple. It's everywhere. You cannot get all the details even if you try. Look at this. That's a mandala made out of a snake tail. It's all one tail. That elephant is not an elephant. It's made out of people. That stone is made out of one solid rock. It moves. It's a chain now.
It's pretty
They put
incredible.
a rock ball of one stone inside a carving of a different type of stone. It's one piece. How'd they get the rock ball in there? They built pyramids like Egypt and Mexico, and then they inverted it into the ground. Then when they got bored of that, they inverted one of their own temples and built that into the ground. Some of the features inside the temple look like modern technology today. If you love the temple tech, then I have great news for you. Part 3 is almost out. So where are we? Part 1 exposes the matrix simulation and how you are a part of it. Part
Science
2
of
breaks
art.
down how nature uses
Okay,
that
bro.
code and how you can use it.
Base
now part
Forge.
3 covers everything from the ancients to temple tech. The world's more interesting than you think. Don't be afraid to explore it.
Yeah, that guy's
especially the
right.
Hindu temples.
Yeah, that guy's right. Oh,
It's
this
February
is
4th,
yesterday?
and I have another message from the
I don't
aliens.
think there's one from
I'm an
today.
interdimensional communicator, which means I can talk to
Damn, dude.
angels and aliens and other interdimensional beings. My last 2 videos shared information from the aliens intended to help us understand what happens when we die. Today's message addresses maybe the hardest version of that question, which is, what happens when a child dies?
Yeah,
What
where's
happens when
all
a life
this?
ends way too soon?
Okay. No updates.
Are going to pursue this. His
No
answer
updates
wasn't
today.
what I expected. I also selfishly wanted to ask him a little bit more. I showed him this clip, a deleted footage of the 1969 moon landing. Wanted to get his reaction to it, where you'll see something happens on the back
I think
end.
she's right. I think
He gave me a complete
she's
different
on point.
story on what he thinks happened to the moon landing, which I think you'll get a kick out of. Having said that, if you love Stephen Greer's work and what he talks about, you know what kind of an audience you are. If you like that kind of stuff, you're probably going to be glued to the screen today. And I challenge him on something about the fact that somebody offered him $2 billion from the U.S. government, a 2-star general. I pushed him on a little bit. You'll see what his response was on why somebody from the government would give you $2 billion or offer to give you $2 billion. Having said that, I think you're going to enjoy this podcast here with Stephen Greer.
Sweet Victory by Army.
The topics you and I discussed last time.
Well, in advance of the election, there was a team of people who worked at black sites or covert sites dealing with UAPs. They first reached out to me in the spring of 2023.
Dude,
But
Greer
as things wmoved
Greer
forward, they
totally
decided
gets a
they were
huge
going to
dub
move
for
out of
Jake.
those legacy
Whether
legacy
Jake ends up,
programs dealing with
whether he ends up being a disinformation agent or not, which so far I don't think he is, but even if he is, I still think Greer gets a huge W for that performance. He needs to figure out what the fuck's going on with the mystery drones. But otherwise, I think you'll look in the history books and you'll see. He said some shit. Everybody called him a crank for a decade plus, and then he gets vindicated, I think, in a huge way. Good for him.
UFOs, which are illegal projects. And they know they're
Seems like a real
criminal and illegal
douchebag,
projects,
but I mean,
and come
he's
forward.
he,
Now, initially, they were
doesn't
gonna
mean
come
he's
forward
not
just with
right
evidence.
on.
They have a whole
this shit.
tranche of evidence because they've been pilots and people on the crash retrieval of picking up the non-human craft, the extraterrestrial vehicles, and they have then transported them, and they were the transport and security team. So they have people that apparently there's 6 black sites they've been working with. They went from initially wanting to just release all that information and data, which is what our thinking was until November. And then they decided they would come forward publicly. So the first of them has recently unmasked himself, Jake Barber, and a couple of other guys. I've known them for about a year and a half, a little over, almost 2 years. And they're people who have had hands-on with the crash retrieval of these objects. Now, they're not wanting to release much evidence. They released a few seconds of it. Well, one of his colleagues, not his, but Jake Barber's colleagues, picking up an egg-shaped extraterrestrial vehicle out of the desert, which I sent to you. Now, that was one of many retrieval operations. So the teams that do these retrievals are tasked with not only retrieving non-human craft, but when we have a sensitive
His
classified
Tinder
aircraft
horror
go down,
story?
they
Oh, I've
also
never
work on
heard that. I
retrieving
don't think
those.
I want to hear it.
So I had been before at his site. So September of 2023, I went out there with the director of a special access project under law enforcement to see what they had out there and fly over that facility. And
Why did he
actually
word
was
that
able to
like
go
that?
over-
It
this is
seems
very
like he
interesting.
said that weirdly.
It's in the material I gave you. This is from a shot right above the underground opening where man-made UFOs come up out of the ground.
And where's that located at?
This is the
I don't know why he needs
out
to
in the
stick with
Edwards
his
complex in
pure-
where Edwards Air Force Base is in the high desert.
Right.
So you have out there, you have the Edwards
Like, why the
complex
aliens
that
need to be
includes Edwards Air
perfect
Force
in
Base
his scenario?
to
Why can't
the
he
south,
have bad
and
aliens
you
too?
have the Lockheed Skunk Works
It's so
facilities
weird.
and the test range. And to the north, you have the Northrop Grumman
I mean-
test range, the Tejon Ranch. Now, I've known about these since the early
I guess you could say that he he wants to like encourage people to like get into CE5 maybe. He doesn't want to scare people, something like that maybe. I don't know. I mean, it seems like the abduction phenomenon was pretty strongly evidenced by this point. For someone like him to, like tell all those people they're wrong, like it was actually military guys in suits, that's fucked.
craft are brought down every year. Now, that site's been operational for about 40 years since the Reagan era. At the other site, a similar number. So they're about, I'm not sure how many miles apart, in the high desert out there, the Mojave Desert. So I've been in a number of these sites. We know they exist all over the world. I know that the president and the people in Congress, when I first returned from that and gave them the footage of, because I took my own footage of this opening at this black site, the Senate Intelligence Committee guys didn't even know it existed. And this is one of the problems. So you have operations going forward. I mean, the pop culture term now would be deep state, I guess, from very secretive covert programs where neither the president nor the Congress are adequately briefed on it, which is very dangerous. And we'll get into why this is so dangerous. Luckily, there are people now coming forward from that world. And, we did not expect them to come out and name themselves because that's extremely dangerous. There has been a fatality in the team.
How recent?
Recent, the last few months. And so, we know that this is
There was a
serious
fatality
stuff.
in the
And,
team?
I take it very
We didn't
seriously.
hear
They do.
that. Really?
So they're being very careful. So they have enormous
y'all know
amount of
that?
evidence that's being held back pending the executive orders from
He didn't.
the
Jake
White
Barber
House
didn't say
and the
that,
new
man.
president, as well as some actions from the Congress that we've been recommending for quite some time. The irony of this, if you go into our archive, anyone can do this. You can go to Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive, DPI, archive.com. And if you go to dpiarchive.com, we've scanned in, enormous quantity of material from 35 years of research. So as a medical doctor, I looked at this, and as a scientist, I said, what do we need to put out there so that people, if they can get on the internet, can discover all of this? And it's there. It's all sitting there. So you'll see that even back in 1993 and 4, I briefed the director of the CIA for Bill Clinton in 1993 in December, because he took office in January of 93. By 94, 95, Clinton had stood up, Bill Clinton, the president, had stood up an operation to try to get to the bottom of this, which was not successful for reasons I can go into, which was tragic, actually. But the recommendations that we have released that were my recommendations to the Clinton administration are virtually identical to what we've just transmitted over to Mr. Trump. And yes.
How different do you think, and maybe why, how different do you think the President Trump's administration will approach finally, hey, we're going to find out about John F. Kennedy assassination, MLK,
Yeah,
RFK.
right.
Do you think this is the next phase that we're going to find things out under his administration? And if yes, why?
Well, I'll tell you, it's all in play. So let's just say that the people I've been meeting with since the election who are around central to the administration, number one, don't know anything about the subject, which is dangerous.
The people that are directly working with them don't know anything about the subject.
Anyone who's seen unacknowledged knows more than the people around the president on this.
Such as who?
I don't want to get into names, but they're completely.
Well, I would want to know, like, whose jurisdiction would this be under?
Well, obviously, it'd be under Homeland Security. It would be under the
Pete
director.
Hegseth, or
it'd be under
Pete
SecDef.
Hegseth.
It would be under.
Dude, it's
Hegseth.
in
It would
the
certainly be
DOE.
under the Director of National Intelligence. It would be under the Attorney General because of law enforcement issues in the continental United States. Now, it would also.
No matter who
cross
it is,
the
it's a
desk
bunch of
the
sickos, man.
National Security Advisor, Mr. Waltz.
Dude, maybe
and
RFK.
It would be certainly.
He's got
important
personal
for the
animus
incoming,
against the
DCI,
UFOs that
Director,
killed his
Ratcliffe.
fucking his
Ratcliffe,
uncle.
my understanding is, does have some knowledge about this from the legacy operations, but it's something that he's
Yeah, dude,
trying to
Ratcliffe.
figure out
Dude,
how to
let's
handle.
put Ratcliffe in
But,
charge. He goes
we
hard
do
as
know that there
fuck.
are also very good drafts of.
Dude, Ratcliffe and
the,
Greer,
executive
that's a good
orders
team up. Dude, I'd listen to
help
that
make this happen
podcast.
smoothly and give amnesty to a number
Oh
of these
god, what if they did a
whistleblowers, but
show
also amnesty to
with
people
Rogan?
who have
Him
been
and
in these, what
Ratcliffe
they were
and
called
Rogan.
legacy programs or
That'd be so
illegally run
fucking
programs
cool.
from the
Dude,
past,
green
started
bond
in the 40s
rotation.
and 50s, and have a glide path out for them where they wouldn't be prosecuted. And I've been in favor of that for a long time. I have colleagues who think, no, you have to go after a pound of flesh. I said, no. I said, an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind on this one because you're dealing with a group of people who have power that exceed that of the White House and the normal Pentagon operations.
Ratcliffe,
because they have
Greer,
reverse engineered
and Jarrett.
technologies that are thousands of years in advance from extraterrestrial vehicles. You do not want to get into a shooting war with that kind of operation. So
And a
our
gray,
recommendation is to
and
identify the people
at
that are
that
now
Kronos
starting
or
to come
whatever,
forward
the
who've been in
god
these
that
legacy programs. They know they've been run
that what's her face
unconstitutionally
said was
and
coming.
illegally,
Emily said was
and
coming.
create a pathway for them to come forward safely, be protected both physically but also legally. Now that's going to take the new FBI director and more importantly the Attorney General to work out, Pam Bondi, assuming she gets confirmed. And it will certainly take some executive orders from POTUS, from President Trump.
POTUS.
So at that point, a lot can happen very, very quickly.
Where do you see the level of interest in wanting to know this? Because everything's about the level of interest of an administration, right?
Correct.
Where's the level of interest with them?
Well, look, in the couple of months since the election, right? I mean, it's been just chaos trying to put that together. And so I have gone to various meetings to provide information initially, and I know others are doing that. Unfortunately, some of the others doing it are known counterintelligence operatives who are providing false information. So I, briefly had a quick chat with Don Jr. at a meeting, and he had been taken in by a known counterintelligence person named Lou Elizondo, who is someone working to intercept these whistleblowers and then.
You seem to be a big fan of his. It's what I hear.
No, Elizondo is a paid disinformation person. And
how convinced are you of that?
100%. I have an email from the top guy at the CIA who was there when Ronald Reagan wanted to know about this when he was running for governor, who was a very young postdoc, and he immediately wrote and said this is what he's doing. Now, recently, Mr. Elizondo has started saying more correct information. Initially, he said, all of these objects out here, we don't know what they are or how they fly. Now he's admitting we have the man-made ones. And I'll tell you, the mass majority of the UFOs people see, they're not from outer space. They're not alien. They're ours. But they have dangerously been used in false flag operations and deceptive operations, or the Pentagon calls it deceptive, indication and warning, or deceptive INW. The pop culture would be false flag, which means you just set up a decoy, you set up a false operation. So that was his primary responsibility when he first emerged, was to gaslight officials, gaslight Congress, and intercept witnesses.
That's a job, right? So
it's a very big job, and there are a lot of people like that out there in what we call the legacy UFO subculture. They're embedded. I mean, they're not going to wear a sign to say, "Hey, I'm from, this operation." But
is it an actual is there actually a undisclosed division where your job is to gaslight and confuse people, or is it
absolutely,
or is it everyone's job to gaslight and distract? Because like the opposite of a marketing. You know how like the propaganda book that was written?
Right.
The opposite of marketing, which is you're marketing a lie to confuse the American people so they're looking here versus here. You're saying there's a division of people that do that intentionally.
Yes. It's a whole counterintelligence, psychological warfare operations out of CIA and other agencies, and that's what they do. And, I've known some of these players since the early 90s. One of them that had been involved back in those days was had been head of Special Forces and Army Intelligence named General Albert Stubblebine. And he offered me personally in May of 1992 $2 billion if I would join his team and not do what I've been doing. And, I was in my 30s, and as a young doctor, I thought, well,
$2 billion.
Yes.
You know $2 billion.
I don't care. Put me under a lie detector. Ask my wife. We're having our 46th anniversary this year. That's what happened. Then he approached her. But you have to understand the money involved. Why is this so secret? It either exists or it doesn't exist. It does exist. How could it be kept so secret? And this is a long discussion to get into of what the modus operandi is of counterintelligence on this. But, it's through bribery, blackmail, threats, wet works, targeted killings, assassinations.
You know why $2 billion is hard to believe? Because the only reason he would have gone to $2 billion is because you kept saying no to 50 million, 10 million, 100 million, 200 million, and it eventually goes to $2 billion.
No, because they knew, okay, let's cut to something that's very controversial. This is what's starting to come out through these black sites where they have operators that target the non-human craft. So if you go back to 1991, I published a paper called The Comprehensive Assessment of the UFO/ETI subject, extraterrestrial intelligence subject. It went all through the intelligence community and the aerospace community. And part of that paper was a description of the technologies that are non-human, where they interface with very advanced electromagnetic fields for communication with thought. It'd sort of be like what Elon Musk is trying to do with Neuralink, but without the speed of light, where there's a direct interface between the conscious field and thought and a machine. That is how non-human civilizations can communicate across the vastness of space-time, and it's done through a trans-dimensional electronic system. So I knew this in 1973 after I had a very close encounter with these civilizations. So when I wrote this paper, I described it as in two directions, TAC and CAT. So technology-assisted consciousness, where you have a technology, like the headset you're wearing, that would augment your own conscious abilities. And everyone's heard of those CIA remote viewing programs and things like this, where they were using people like Ingo Swann to see with consciousness, like psychic spying, psionic. And a lot of people laugh at that. And I said, no, it's a legit science, and it was done for 30 years at the CIA with a team of people. I know quite a few of them. Now, imagine having a technology that augments that capability. Then reverse it. Then imagine that there's the other way around, where you have your own consciousness can augment a technology. So it flows both directions, from technology to mind and back. Now, what is that? Now, the science of consciousness is very controversial, but people like Dr. John at Princeton started the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Group, the Peer Lab, and they were able to prove, using quantum machines, random number generators, that people could just sit and put their awareness on this type of machine, and it would shift the curve of whether it was spitting out zeros or ones. It was just a digital machine, right? Spitting out, it's a random number generator is what it's called. And they were able to prove to a scientific certainty that that's true, that there's field consciousness. Now, we're taught in science, and I'm speaking now as a doctor, that it's all locked in our skull and our brain. But there's something that is beyond that is consciousness. And some people say, oh, it's spirit. Well, you can call it whatever you want. But it's the consciousness field, and it can be scientifically accessed. So what they decided back when this was discovered in the 40s and 50s, was to figure out how that could be used for communications and also tracking of the NHI, non-human intelligence craft, or ET craft. So I had developed my own techniques for doing that. If you look, we have an app called CE5 Contact that teaches this, and a lot of people go, oh, that's pretty far out stuff. I said, well, what do you think you're dealing with? You're dealing with Ma Bell when you're dealing with an interstellar civilization that's 100,000 or 1 million years more advanced than we are. So I think that, one of the big problems is the gap between current science and technology and what's known in classified programs dealing with this. So the head of Army Intelligence knew I understood all this. And I guess they had people seeing what we were doing, and that we had successfully made contact with these objects. Famously, the first one that was publicly known and published was in Pensacola, where we had 60 people out, and we were using this technology to make contact, and then 4 of these craft pop into the sky. And one of them ended up on the front page of the Pensacola paper. So it was then that these guys surfaced, General Stubblebine and some other people. So I think the value, I don't think I'm important in this at all. I think
I'm still stuck on $2 billion, because to me,
that's nothing to these guys.
Well, but no, hear me out. Rob, can you pull up the Stubblebine fellow, if you don't mind? Fun fact about this guy: he was born on February 6th, and he died on February 6th. And Ronald Reagan was born, I believe, on February 6th. If you go to, okay, so here's this is the person that offered you $2 billion.
Correct.
So U.S. Army General, active duty, spent 32 years, beginning an Army officer, later on, intelligence, he's credited redesigning U.S. Army intelligence. Okay, over the course of it, it became widely known that he maintained a keen interest in psychic warfare throughout his career. He sought to develop an army of soldiers with special powers, such as the ability to walk through walls. Whoa. Yeah, okay, interesting. So, U.S. Military Academy, 1951, Columbia University. So he's an educated guy. Go a little bit lower. Army officer, military intelligence, got it. Lived to 87. Awards, Distinguished Service Medal, Legion of Merit and Bronze Star, Air Medal, Respect, Cold War, Vietnam War, Invasion of Grenada. Okay, so this is qualified as it gets. A key sponsor of Stargate Project. Marilyn Stonehill was convinced of the reality of a wide variety of psychic phenomena. Keep going, lower rap. His interest at the bottom, he was interested in UFOs and
psychology.
Parapsychology. Was a member of Oath Keepers. He and his wife, Rima, were active
Remember
in the
the
Patriot
Oath
movement and
Keepers?
appeared together
Oh,
guests on Alex
shit.
Jones' show. And they established a nonprofit organization
Wow.
called Natural Solutions, which disseminated
Wow.
conspiracy theories about vaccinations, pharmaceutical companies, and genetically modified
Wow.
foods. 9/11, he claimed the airplane did not crash into the Pentagon. That an airplane did not
Based.
crash in the Pentagon on September 11th. He said he
Correct.
did not know what did. Okay, and then on the bottom, the swine flu he believed was a genetically engineered virus that is part of a World Health Organization scheme to sterilize untold number of people. So he offered you $2 billion. So,
well, he was representing a group that had that
why would
access.
they? So you were 30 years old. They wanted to give you $2 billion.
I mean,
no,
it's
in
been
93,
theorized that
36,
these
36.
certain
So
factions
when
of the deep state
you know why
have.
that's tough? You ever seen the movie Horrible Bosses?
It seems that like money from a gold mine in Indonesia may have gone directly into the CIA's coffers, and then they might have used that to rig the markets around the world ever since. That and their drug money, they definitely did the. They definitely made a ton of money selling coke, right? That's for sure. I think that they already had a ton of money, and I think that money is not an issue for them. I think they have like billions and billions of dollars in like Swiss vaults and stuff. I think that's like part of the pressure that they bring to bear is like just tons of cash. You think about it, like they've definitely like been manipulating all kinds. I don't know which markets specifically. I mean, all of them really, but like I'm sure they've been rigging them in certain ways to like benefit, this particular faction.
Where they say, hey, we're trying to kill our bosses. And he says, you got to go talk to motherfucking Jones. And they go, and the guy they're negotiating with, he says, hey, want to take out our bosses, $50,000. And then he says, $500, I'll do it. And it kind of goes to the bottom. It's like, for a person to go from zero to will give you $2 billion for this, it's truly, the word is unbelievable, because somebody would offer $100 grand, $500 grand,
Well,
$1 million.
they knew it. None of that amount would have mattered. They thought if it was large enough and had real power behind it, because they had money from the collapse of the Soviet Union out of Eastern Europe that they'd confiscated through these black programs and rather criminal tentacles that they were operating. Later he left all that behind. So I'm talking early 90s here, not what he did, in the 2000s. But they had the ability to do that, and I think they thought I would be more trouble than they wanted to risk. And I think they really wanted to get people involved in their projects that they could control, because money controls people. And this is why I've always rejected.
That's what they
offers of
do.
money
They
or
give you the
position of
money so they
power,
can
and
take
do
it
to this
away.
day. But that's not often done. And I guess they had a reading on who I was as a soul or a person, that it would have to be a big number to move me. And though I must say, when he went behind my back to my wife thought he was so nice. And I said, yeah, devils speak with forked tongue, because of my grandmother's Cherokee. But
So you try to charm your wife?
Yes. Yeah.
And what did he say that maybe your wife came to you and said, babe, you should consider this?
Well, there's a lot of flattery, the usual things that con artists and people like that do.
So you would call him a con man?
Well, on this, certainly. I mean, but he was an operator. He was someone who was operating with a number of other people who are still around today, some of them, working that issue, trying to divert people who could be a little bit too much trouble. As Gordon Creighton said, who used to publish Flying Saucer Review, that, that Prince Philip and Prince Charles would get. He told me when we interviewed him at his cottage in England, he says, people who are a little too much trouble, we just can erase them, and get rid of them.
Yeah, because when you say $2 billion, it's a lot easier to get rid of you than pay you $2 billion.
Correct.
If they have, if a person has enough power to approve a $2 billion bribe, that person also has the same enough power to also eliminate you.
Correct.
So why waste $2 billion?
Well, and those attempts happened after that, but anyway, I don't want to get too much into that part of my personal story is not. It's a tragic story actually, but so there's no point in rehashing 30 years of that. We don't have time. I think more important issue is who has access to that kind of black money, and what will they do to keep it secret? That's the only reason I brought this up. So everyone thinks, oh well, it's a $50,000 bribe. You know, the amount of assets that this organization, it's a transnational criminal organization. It's not just U.S. It's global, and their long game, which is I think about to happen. I'll just give you a preview. There's two ways this comes out. It comes out truthfully, and it's quite clear that these non-human intelligences and craft are not hostile. If they were hostile with the technologies that they have, we'd be gone. We would have been gone in August of 1945 when we detonated the first atomic bomb. It had been over. However, they have spent a lot of money and time over the last 70 years staging, false alien threats. So let me start ticking these off for you. The abduction syndrome, totally a staged CIA and other corporate event. One of the men that we have who come forward recently was abducted by a Raytheon triangular craft, he and his wife, and suffered terrible injuries back in 2000, 2001. So that is not in dispute. We can prove what I just said. The animal mutilations everyone hears about, those are 100% man. Those are human. They're all portrayed as alien. Then you have the sort of frightening stories of these objects being down in, developing world countries, blowing up a whole village. That's us. We've done that. Now, how are we doing it? Well, here's just one example of a man. Now you can see this. This is in the flash drive I gave you.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a craft that Mr. Herrera was on a Marine platoon, and this was in 2009 in Indonesia. They were on a humanitarian mission. So they go out there. And I wanted to bring Mr. Herrera here, but he had a work conflict. And he and his 6 guys went off in a direction, came across in the jungle that object, this. Now, there's a black and white version. We have a color. But the point I'm making is this object, man-made, staffed with some kind of covert human operators without proper military insignia. And in the crate there, we found out from this new whistleblower, because he was at that conference at the National Press Club in June of 2023 when Mr. Herrera disclosed this. He was threatened to be killed by all these guys who were there. And then this crate, he thought they were transporting drugs. And then this new whistleblower came up and said, no, those are human assets in there. These are people that have been taken to be trained as a psionic operator. And a psionic operator is someone who, they pump them up full of drugs. Most of them end up dying or end up in a coma. Some of them survive. And they're used to use their, what I was talking about before, consciousness and thought to latch onto the guidance systems of a non-human craft. And people say, this sounds like science fiction. Yeah, well, you're not dealing with a Boeing 777. You're dealing with civilizations hundreds of thousands of years more advanced with technologies commensurate to having socially, spiritually, and technologically evolved for that long and not blown themselves up like we're about to. So those civilizations are at that point where they can have thought, consciousness, mind, technology interface as easily as you and I pick up a cell phone and talk, which would have been magic. One thing I tell people, step out of this little slice of time we're in and realize if you were to go back to Thomas Jefferson and show them your smartphone and video conference someone, well, if you were in Salem, Massachusetts, you'd be burned at the stake as a witch because it would look like, witchcraft. To us, it's an everyday thing. Flipping on a light switch, no one thinks about it. It'd be magic to someone 1,000 years ago. So imagine, now let's extrapolate that technology curve into the future, a few 100,000 or 1 million years. What do you think you're going to have? You're not going to have what everyone's expecting. And this is the blind spot of scientists, frankly. They're always looking at right now or in the rearview mirror. And when you're encountering a civilization's non-human intelligence is this advanced, you've got to put everything you know on a shelf because we don't know anything. I mean, we're like half a step out of the jungle scientifically. But these covert engineering programs that started studying this back in the 40s and 50s, they have all this. I mean, they have figured all that part of it out. And however much you think is sitting out there in the desert, it's 100 times more. Ben Rich, you remember Ben Rich? He was the director, the president of the Lockheed Skunk Works. So the week he died, he had a conversation with a colleague of mine, James Goodall. And Jim Goodall is a very renowned aerospace historian and a mainstream author. And Ben Rich and he knew each other. So he called him up. He was very close to death, had cancer. And Ben Rich says he asks, well, what do you really have out there in the desert? And Ben Rich says, anything you can imagine, anything you've seen on Star Trek or Star Wars.
I figured it all out. No alien support
It's out there
needed.
in the desert. He says, but not Area 51. And he was talking about and the underground facilities connected to this. So what that opening is connects to a place called the Ant Hill, which is to the east, out in the desert further, and goes underground through a series of bases. They're known as STIFs, subterranean facilities. Some people call them DUMBs, deep underground military bases. And they're connected with underground tunnels. I actually have in my archive the patent for the machine that made those tunnels that are made by various contractors like Bechtel Corporation and some others that I know. So those facilities have been studied in reverse engineering ET tech, alien tech, whatever you want to call it, for 70 years. They've also had trillions of dollars that the U.S. government doesn't know has been going into that. And I will say, of all the scientists I've met in the world from any academic institution, the scientists that get picked out of high school or college working on this technology, this is the Raytheon triangle, they are the brightest, most accomplished scientists, highest IQ I've ever met, period. But you're not going to see them at MIT and Harvard. Now,
why won't you? Where do they recruit them from?
They identify them sometimes in early, through IQ tests and other special abilities and talents programs. And then, once they're identified, then they get kind of pulled over in that direction. And by the way, your top special forces guys that I know, like Jake Barber, very incredibly smart guy. He was identified as a specially gifted person as a young man, and eventually got moved into the Special Forces and the Delta Force, Air Force, and then emerged as a contractor, what they used to call a NOC, a non-official cover, for the intelligence community interfacing with the partners, over in the aerospace. So he was assigned to the aerospace corporations, but also as an intelligence guy, and I know what agency he was from. So that is how it's done. But he was identified as a relatively young man, as very incredibly gifted, and he is. So the best of your Green Beret, Special Forces, Navy SEAL guys are not only amazing warriors, but the top tier of them are also very bright and very accomplished. So the same thing happens with your scientists that they want to grab up.
What is funny, all the people. And I'm going to go to the Jake Barber clip. What is the name of the place? The Anthill, Lockheed. That picture that you showed. What's the name of it? If
like
Rob wanted
all
to
the
search
honeypot
for
shit that the government's been doing
I
recently.
think the Howland. It's just the Lockheed Skunk Works test range.
Lockheed Concourse.
Skunk Works. Lockheed Skunk Works. So it's an
like, oh, if you have UFO story, come tell us. Oh, bro, it'll be cool, right? And all that, and people go to Greer anyway.
Like a runway. That's where the
No one
man-made
trusts them at all. No one trusts
anti-gravity
Sean
craft that
Kirkpatrick.
Lockheed makes come up out of the ground, hover over the diamond, and then they're struck with certain directional energy weapons to see how sturdy they are and how stable they are. And most of them are hardened enough, but occasionally one goes down.
Is that what you're talking about right there?
Correct. So you see those diamonds. That is not a runway. So they come up and they float over those diamonds at various distances. And so that's where you test these objects. And they're electrogravitic, meaning they're not conventional propulsion systems. So there's no rockets, there's no jets, etc. I will give you the date when we mastered gravity control. It was October 1954. So I wasn't born yet. So in the elite engineering and contracting world, these have been in various stages of development in 40s and 50s, but they mastered, let's call the gyro. So that, it's some of the early UFO film footage you see, it looks like the thing is like a leaf falling. It's because that was a man-made one that wasn't stable, wasn't alien. But once they mastered gravity control, then they became stable. And by the late 1950s, early 60s, they started being used in special projects. Illegal special projects, which is why Eisenhower lost control of this whole enterprise. Eisenhower was the one that got deceived, and then ultimately, on his farewell address, Eisenhower said, "Beware the military-industrial complex." He was talking mostly about this kind of operation that he couldn't talk about publicly. Jack Kennedy was going to get to the bottom of this. He fired Allen Dulles, CIA, one of the founders, and he also subsequently got assassinated.
Allen Dulles was definitely
whether
NJ12.
the files that President Trump's going to release have this in it, I know. And I have people who in another country have documents and to establish this, that Jack Kennedy was killed because he was going after this issue to get it back under control, the UAP issue. So, and I'm pretty certain that Robert Kennedy was killed for the same reason.
You think he was killed for this reason?
Yes, I do. Yeah. I have a document. It's an interesting letter that it's in our archive. Not in here, it's in our archive, from Bobby Kennedy, Sr., when he was running for president in 68, and it was like about 30 days before they killed him. And it's a letter, it's kind of funny, it's archaically written. Well, it's the 60s, right? And it says, I'm paraphrasing here, but I can get you a copy of it. He says, "I'm a card-carrying member of the Amalgamated Flying Saucer Association of America. This is Bobby Kennedy writing this. And I'm very eager to do this. This is very important. He really wanted to get to the bottom of it because he knew that his brother, or JFK, President Kennedy, had been killed trying to get to the bottom of this and was also planning to really clean house at the CIA. So Bobby Kennedy writes this. 30 days later, he's dead. And not long ago, I've provided that to his family, to his Bobby Kennedy's family. And actually, they had never seen this letter. I said, well, they say, how do you have it? Well, I said, this is what I have. I have this vast archive. And it's authentic. And so this goes back a long time. A lot of American history that people think they know, they don't. Whether any of that comes out, I'm sort of skeptical, actually. I'm not even sure that the files that they have
Yeah, I mean, again,
are going to have all this in it.
I'm curious what we're going to learn about that we don't
probably
know about
nothing.
right now under this administration. One of the things that's interesting, what is his name? His name is Timberjet.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Right? You know Timber?
Oh, yeah, sure. I know Carter.
He comes out a few days ago, and he talks about underwater UFO.
Yeah.
Okay? He doesn't seem like a guy or a fellow that's a exaggerator that is trying to make up a story or something like that. And, you see him on News Nation saying, yes, I've been hearing about underwater UFOs. Rob, if you got the clip on
the News Nation clip, and then I also am looking for the Timberjet clip.
Yeah, if you have a Timberjet, that's the one right there. I think no, that's not.
Yo,
the
those
one.
guys
That's
know
when he's,
Jamie.
calling Jim Acosta.
Right here,
Right there. Go for it.
Come on,
What is your message to Trump tonight?
dude, be your own
Disclosure.
Jamie.
America deserves to know the facts, and I believe we are not alone. I don't know at what point. I think in God's great universe, I don't believe we're the greatest thing he's ever created. I think that's very arrogant on our part.
China.
And President Trump has confided that, in fact, he will be releasing some of these, and I plan to have that conversation again with him very soon. And I would like
Trump
to
is
see
going to
that.
fucking make you look like a clown.
Underwater UFOs as big as football field, moving 100 miles an hour. He said some number that he gave, right? So
300
what do you
miles
know?
an
What do we
hour.
know about them?
I know that we humans have ones that can go into space, through the air, through water, and very advanced ones that can go through solid matter. Now, there are also non-human ones. So this gets the crux. There's a whole section of this briefing document right here that goes through, here is a man-made one, here's a non-human one. And the differences, and Mr. Barber will confirm this, the technology has advanced so far in these operations that are being run unconstitutionally, the legacy aerospace and UFO programs, that it's very hard to distinguish a human one from a non-human one. This is dangerous. Why? Because people in the Pentagon that I have briefed who are not read into this, I mean, we're talking generals. The head of the Defense Intelligence Agency years ago had no information on this. The head of intelligence for the Joint Staff, go look up Admiral Tom Wilson. I was there, and this whole scandal happened because after Edgar Mitchell died, the astronaut who I'd brought to this meeting, his notes about the meeting leaked. And there was this brouhaha about the fact that I did a stand-up briefing for Admiral Wilson, who was the head of Intelligence Joint Staff. And if you look at the summary that was done by, I think it was Eric Davis, who is an operative also, an intelligence operative, debriefing Admiral Wilson after he left office, it confirms that this happened. But part of what's left out is that I had given a briefing like this by courier to the Admiral before I did the stand-up briefing in his offices. And I was there, my military advisor, and Eisenhower era Army whistleblower, and what happened. Now this is like 1999. We're talking a long time ago. That I'd fly up from North Carolina, and for my an emergency doctor, and do this in my spare time. What a crazy life, man. But and he made inquiries. There were some code names on a document I had that's from the National Reconnaissance Office. In our
Ain't it always
super
the way?
secret, and it's from Nellis Air Force Base, and it was a security alert because there were some civilians trying to spy on the range where they were testing these things. And based on that, he was able to identify some of the offices dealing with this. So he called one up, and he said, I'm
Doty on
Tom
the
Wilson,
phone?
J2, Joint Chiefs of Staff, the head of Intelligence, Joint Chiefs of Staff. They said, oh, yes, sir, we know who you are. And he started drilling them on this issue. They said, sir, we can't tell you about this, talk to you about this. And they hung up on him. He subsequently got threatened personally and was threatened with being demoted. All right? Now, that's the kind of thing done to decorated senior officers at the Pentagon who are not read into this. But imagine how dangerous it is that there are people responsible for the security of the United States, from the
I
president.
can't believe John
and Congress
Greenwald
on
said it
down,
was a movie
who
script.
either have no information or false information. And what's about to come out is going to be 1 part fact, probably 9 parts fiction. Because the guy who invented the rocket for Adolf Hitler on his deathbed said, Carol Rosin, who was his assistant at the time, is one of
Dude,
our
he always
whistleblowers,
cites this Carol
said that,
Rosin as if this is proof for
The
this.
reason this is going to be kept secret is that the right time they're going to disclose it but they're going to try to present an alien threat from outer space to unite the world in sort of this totalitarian power grab, right? Where the whole world, like the movie Independence Day, comes together to fight the horrible aliens. Well, the only way you can do that is to have a propaganda machine that's been running for decades. That's why I tell people, you Google this subject, I say 90% of what, and people who are skeptical, like your friend here, I go, good for you, you should be skeptical. And here's why. Because I'd say...
It's very frustrating, but...
Yeah, but 90% of everything out here on this subject doesn't add up. It doesn't add up at all. I mean, and that in and of itself diminishes
Tell me about the
credibility of
Vimanas.
subject. Now, the other problem is
know
when you
what I'm
tell
saying?
the actual truth about the subject, you discredit yourself. I was warned by a CIA guy
true.
in 1991. He said,
It's too
if
weird.
you tell the whole story here, the truth, it will discredit you because it's more bizarre than the fiction they're selling to the public.
That's true.
And that is true. And I've never had time with you to unpack all of that. But it's a insane amount of disinformation. But remember, if you have technologies like that, Pat, and you have the malicious intent to deceive the public or officials, you can do all kinds of skullduggery, and they have. Now, most people just take it at face value. Even these whistleblowers, they are tactical operators, right? I call them a tactical operator, helicopter, crash retrieval, whatever. They don't know what's going on the strategic level from at the top of that food chain, whether it be corporate or covert government programs. And the long game has always been to blend enough information with disinformation that the
that's what
disinformation is
Elizondo
believable,
does.
but then gaslight people that there's some threat out there. I'm going, oh yeah, I'll tell you who the threat is. It's humans.
Them.
Humans are a threat not only to ourselves, we've become a threat out in space. So I have a totally opposite view of it, which most people are shocked by.
So when you see this underwater UFO that this fellow's talking about,
Every question he asked is like completely off
topic.
topic.
Rob, if you want to play this clip, because CBS wrote about this, so CBS is not going to write something about this. Maybe go ahead and play the clip, Rob.
What do you mean?
It does seem a lot of these UAP sightings are over
I mean-
water. Do you think there's anything to that and the basing concepts that you were laying out?
I do. When I've talked to people,
He's a
that are
charismatic
sonar people,
UFO
and the way they
prophet.
hide it
This
from
is
us,
an
Matt, they
archetype.
say it's because our sonar, I believe. I haven't been briefed on this. I'm just
some would
just
say
from
essential.
what I'm putting together, but we have some secret sonar. But what's so crazy about it? Like we're hiding it from the Chinese. Well, heck, Matt, the Chinese sold us the components for it. They know it's in our sonar, probably better than we do. But when they tell me something's moving at hundreds of miles an hour underwater, and our capabilities are, I don't think we have anything that'll do 40 miles an hour. And these things, this one was large as a football field underwater. And this was a documented case.
We have torpedoes and shit. We don't have
and
any
I have an
ships that
admiral
go
telling me this
faster
stuff.
than that.
And it just, to me, yeah, I
So,
think
so
we-
that's where you think the bases are, is underwater then, because of those reports?
I do. I just think
Dude, Matt
traveling
Gage
light
took
years,
that hush
I think
money.
it happens. I think it's possible.
That's what I think.
The vastness of God's great universe. I mean, light years, the light from those stars that we see at night left there before the time of Christ. I mean, the vastness of God's great universe is unreal.
Yeah.
And I'm not worried about them harming me. I mean, if they, with that capabilities, they would have barbecued us a long time ago, brother.
Okay, let me comment a few things here.
Please.
Just because they haven't barbecued
And I'm
us
gonna be
doesn't mean
as
they won't
polite as I can be
barbecue
here.
us.
A little knowledge
If we
is a very
piss off
dangerous thing.
Prometheus,
Those accounts are 100% correct. However, I also know that not only have there been
like I said,
non-human
y'all better
craft
be saying
with
your
that
prayers.
capability, we have man-made ones with that capability. Now, here's an example. You talk about a 300-foot diameter. This is 300 feet across, man-made. When it left, if you read the account, and this Marine, went to the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Can I read that?
Went to the Senate Intelligence Committee and to Arrow at the Pentagon, the office set up to research this. All of his evidence was sanitized and distorted by Dr.
So we should do like a
big problem.
cult, like an underground cult.
But
like,
when this
where
left,
we have to do
this
like
300
code
foot
words
diameter,
and
it
stuff.
left like a spark off a grinding wheel. It went up. It sounded just a little bit like a transformer,
Like-
over the horizon in a couple seconds. We're not talking hundreds. We're talking hundreds of thousands of miles per hour.
You know, like
Neurosonic
when we
booms.
say like,
Why? Because they create an electromagnetic field bubble in space-time that they move through. Now that's human. So what people are going to have to get their heads around is that a B-2. You know what Admiral Wilson said at the end of that briefing. I said we really
I
need
don't know,
your.
we
Now, this
need
is
to get like a
1997, 27
codex.
28 almost in
Like-
April. And I said, sir, we need your help to get these programs under control because they are an existential threat to our nation and to life on Earth. Not the ETs, but these covert, deep state criminal enterprises. And he said, well, doctor, here's what I've learned. They have
When
technology
we say,
that
like,
can go
praise
circles
G,
around. The best thing I know
you know,
I have, and that's a B-2 stealth. I said, yes,
it's
sir, I
like
do.
it'll be
He says, and
code
it's
for
not a
like
set match. It's
you
over.
know praise Prometheus.
So he backed off of it.
You know?
This is Admiral Wilson. Now, one of the big problems is this has happened over and over in meetings I've been taking with people all the way
What do
back
people say when they pray?
to the director of the CIA for Clinton. But to Clinton's credit, Clinton
Your
actually did
enemies,
stand up.
the enemies.
A very, and probably the best in modern times, effort It was called Team Red, to penetrate these black illegal projects. Team Blue would be your conventional military. And this was an entity that could be inserted.
No, not
and
code
kind
words.
Kind of switch both ways, right? The problem
You
with
know,
that is that
like,
Team Red was
you speak in
eventually
code,
all
like,
absorbed into Team Black, or they were killed. Now, I'm working with someone who was part of Team Red as a young man.
I guess that doesn't work for
1995.
speech.
But that enterprise went
It's only
south,
for like written codes.
very badly. And
what do you
mean?
It was destroyed. And it was.
I just don't want
parts
the
of it
other
were like that
Anunnakis
from
to
what I
know
understand.
that like I've
So,
become a
of course, it was very
devotee
clandestine.
of
It was an
one of
attempt
the
to penetrate
Anunnakis.
illegal
Yeah.
black projects within our own country. But you're talking 30 years ago.
I want them to vie for
but
my
President Clinton
support.
really did try to fix this, although he never talked about it publicly, and that's kudos to him. And then he backed off because it was just too dangerous. So here's the big problem with any administration, because I've read between the lines, been doing this a little while. You know, they don't know enough to make a proper strategic plan, and this is why they need good advisors. You know, I don't care if it's me, but it's got to be somebody. It can't be somebody who's going to give you 1 part truth and 3 parts misinformation or disinformation, or fold in all those scary alien stuff.
Well, I
that's
mean,
false, which is exactly what people like Elizondo and others are doing. So the problem is that if you have something this important, let's say just for argument's sake, let's say that everything I'm saying is
Dude,
true.
all the MAGA guys were
This is all
attacking
planning to come out
Elizondo for
through the
being a
intelligence
super
community,
lib.
a whole group of whistleblowers with the evidence and the proof. If this is handled wrong, what I've had conversations with people who have coming into the administration, they know that this will be 1,000 times worse than what went bad with COVID. It'll be 1,000 times worse than that.
Why is that?
Because if you get this wrong, and it pivots the whole
I don't think
world
they have
in
a
hand,
whole lot of flexibility
because
on
there's
it.
non-human intelligence out there.
If the
that are
NHI is genuinely
presented as a
forcing
threat,
disclosure,
that are
they don't
attacking
really
people
have any
and killing
choice.
people and doing
you
this.
know?
This and it gets spun and mutilated into that direction, which has always been this covert group's plan. Then we're going to go into a dystopian tailspin that will be way worse. Than
Bro,
COVID.
look around.
So,
man.
but if you get it right, you get the golden age. You know, there's all this talk, the golden age, golden age. Well, we wanted that in the 90s, you know. So we thought, well, if this comes out, because here's how they connect the dot to what you just said about the lost century, about the technologies. Hello, I'm Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm on Manect. If you'd like to ask me questions or learn more about the UFO, UAP issue, contact me there,
Mank? What
and
the
we can
fuck is
unpack
that,
whatever you want to
man?
know about the disclosure efforts.
Going to be able to afford you. For
No, I'm not, because that was a corrupt enterprise.
understand. I'm teasing you, but
I work with anyone who's honest because I'm a very honest person.
Yeah.
The problem is most people
Greer.
have a price where they can be blackmailed or bribed or threatened,
Yeah.
and then they flip. And I've seen this happen amongst colleagues in the UAP research world too many times. But I actually think Mr. Trump
Dude, we
and
should
others
put Bob
around him are
Grenier
more
in charge.
forward-thinking than that, because it's not a mutually exclusive thing. On the one hand, to supply the energy needs of the planet, we do need more energy. On the other hand, standing up heavy industries to replace the current infrastructure is a very long-term issue. So you can create a strategy, if you're smart, where the one sort of is a glide down slowly, and then the other one goes up. You know, because no one is going to be like wiggling their nose and instantly every car. I mean, just take how many cars? You have 1.5 billion cars on the road. We create 100 million motor vehicles a year. It would take 15 years to retool, and that's if you turned it on a dime.
15 years is not a long time, though.
Well, it's a long time in the history of a world going sideways geopolitically and environmentally.
What I'm saying is that you have no idea how bad I personally, so like if I'm a president today,
yes,
and everybody wants to go see what's going on, John F. Kennedy, RFK, MLK, aliens, all this stuff. I'm going straight to the Invention Secrecy Act and 1951. I want to know what they have there. The 6,000 patents or whatever. It's a little over 6,000 that they have in there, right?
Correct.
I'm going straight there. Then
Good call, PBD.
I'm
It's the
asking
best
myself,
take I've ever heard from this
with a
guy.
handful of advisors that are in there saying, if we release this 0-point energy or what is it called, Rob? Some of the other ones that are out there in the Invention Secrecy Act, that's one of them. If we release these, how big of a disruption will it be to the world, not just what we're doing in the States?
I mean,
well, this one's going to kill off this many jobs. This one's going to kill off that many
Dude,
jobs.
it's
Got it. And then you have to
post
almost sit there and ask
jobs.
yourself, if you release it.
That's what it is, man. It's post scarcity.
It's
Star
chaos
Trek.
on top of chaos. It's like software. When you release a great idea or software and it's out there and others can get access to it, it's done. You can never take it back.
Right.
When they invented a nuclear bomb, you can never take it back again.
Right.
Now it's out there, right? If they go this direction, I mean, this is bigger.
It's
than
already
preventing
getting
big pharma
out,
from
man. Bob
advertising on
Grenier
TV.
figured it out,
This is
dude.
massive,
I'm telling
but
you.
also, what's the human future without it, right? I mean, I have 12 grandkids. It's like, what kind of dystopian situation are we with 8 billion people trying to live on this planet and destroying our own nest because people can't think past 6 months from now. People can't think, this whole Philistine mindset that you can't think past the bottom line of some mega corporate interest, which, by the way, are the same transnational interests that have wanted to keep this secret. It's not in the interest of the American. Go ask for the guy driving an F-150 pickup truck as a carpenter, and what he makes, and what if he would like to have something in his vehicle that has an infinite range, doesn't have to be plugged in, and has quote-unquote free energy. They do. So what is in the interest of 99% of the population of Earth? Now, is there a very small number of people who wouldn't like this? Yeah. Too bad. The horse and buggy makers didn't like the Model T. And the typewriter companies and Royal Typewriters went out of business because they didn't get on the digital revolution. At a certain point, I agree with what you're saying. I'm not saying this is trivial. In fact, I had a conversation. So you want to hear a funny story? So I'm sitting out at Lawrence Rockefeller was the brother of David Rockefeller of Chase Manhattan back then.
He's always
and
name
we're out there,
dropping.
This is in September of '93, and at that time, the Rockefellers didn't know that, I was scheduled to brief the CIA director for the new president, and I was out there at his ranch in the Tetons, the JY Ranch. Late one night, he comes out. And he's like in his 80s.
Tetons are fucking amazing.
He says, Dr. Greer, the implications of this are so vast and so profound that no aspect of life on Earth will be unaffected by it. I said, yes, Lawrence. That's why it's been kept so ruthlessly secret. This is why they kill people. This is why they have violated the Constitution. This is why they've killed a president, at least one. And I know of a prime minister in the United Kingdom where he and his whole family were threatened to be killed because he was digging into this. So that kind of thuggery, you're going to let go unchecked while the world burns and half the world's population is in poverty? This is ridiculous. It's inhumane. So, but he said, look,
PBD, he's got dollar signs in his eyes.
David, Chase Manhattan, he's jumping up and down on my, excuse my language, my nuts, is what he said, because I'm even having this meeting with you and some other researchers. So I said, yeah. So here we are, 31 years later, still having this conversation with the world going to hell in a handbasket, and no one doing anything about it. So at a certain point,
he probably doesn't believe in climate
here's
change.
my attitude of this. If the leaders won't lead, the people should lead. And this is why, if you talk to these guys who are defecting from these black sites, one of their main objectives is exactly what I described. Is to start an entity to bring these technologies out, the ones that can be brought out safely.
An entity,
that would be for peaceful use of energy, and also technologies that would assist with healing, health and healing. And those exist. Let those come out. Keep the things that fly, classified, which they should be until the world's more stable. But you can't just keep this in a box forever. The other problem is there are elements in Russia and China who have this technology, and if they move this out to the world before us, then we're going to be bringing up the rear. So if people want America to lead in technology, they can't just keep their heads stuck in the ground. This is all going to come out.
Do you think he knows about the Invention Secrecy Act of 51?
Who?
President Trump.
I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know if anyone in his inner circle does.
Dude,
he
there's no way he would do that, man. He would never do that.
Of protecting this right now?
Glenn Gaffney.
Whose lineage does this go under? Whose
Glenn Gaffney
responsibility does this go under?
Glenn Gaffney.
Oh, it's a diversified, it's global, number one. It's not just U.S. And it's a lot of the usual suspects.
No, but in U.S., somebody has, like, for example, if my job is to protect the Smithsonian, my job is to, the decision to classify new inventions under the Act is made defense agencies as defined by the President. These agencies include Army, Navy, Air Force, National Security Agency, Department of Energy, Department of Homeland Security, NASA, but even the Justice Department has played its role. But Rob, who do they report to? If the government determined the idea...
No, wait. See, this is the mythology. The mythology is that we have an intact government. No, the bureaucrats who are corrupt make these determinations. The president isn't reviewing patents. Now, I have a whistleblower, Dr. Thomas Falone, who was in the patent office, a physicist, and he witnessed perfectly good patents that would help humanity with energy and things like this being confiscated, illegally abusing the Secrecy Act. He blew the whistle on it. He can't talk about it anymore because he got a settlement from the patent. But I have his original interview, and it's in our archive. Go to Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive, dpiarchive.com, and look up Tom Balone, B-A-L-O-O-N-E, and you'll see what he had to say about that. So, yeah, there's enormous opportunities. Yeah, a wonderful guy.
What did he say?
I did that interview at my home in 2000, so 24 years ago.
What did he tell you?
Well, he told the story about what he observed and what was being confiscated. And he talked about the electrogravitics and the energy, and he was appalled. And so he blew the whistle on it, and they fired him. So because they fired him, he saw that it was an illegal abuse of those powers. So one of the problems is the oversight people in the Congress are not told about this, and the presidents aren't told. So you have this
For the first
what they
time
call the
ever,
fourth branch of government,
details
the
coming to
bureaucracy,
light about a
and these
secret
covert programs who are calling all the
FBI
shots.
working group that allegedly investigates unidentified aerial phenomena, or also known as
Who's this babe?
UAPs, UFOs. It's the first time that the group has ever been publicly disclosed, according to Politico. That claim coming from former Navy pilot Ryan Graves. If you remember, he was the first active duty pilot to come forward about regular
Dude.
sightings of UAPs.
Dude,
We heard his whistleblower
Chancellor
testimony
Elon
in
is
front of
not going to
Congress
like.
last year.
He's
Graves
not going to
says
like
the
these
FBI
guys
working
speaking up
group
in the
is
press
made up
like
of more
this,
than a
in the
dozen
liberal
staff
press.
who, quote, spend much of their time tracking down UAPs. I now
Wow.
want to bring in Ryan Graves. He's co-founder
Much
of
of their
Americans for Safe
time
Aerospace.
tracking down
Ryan, it's always a pleasure to have you
UAPs.
on the show. I mean,
Wow.
this is the first time the public is learning of this secret group, this probe into UFOs. You've spoken to these agents. Who are they, and what
Bro.
exactly are they working on right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So these agents
Oh
have
yeah,
taken
King Charles.
upon this responsibility
Isn't he a
as
lizard
part
person?
of a bottoms-up approach in order to understand what potential illegalities might be occurring with objects that are operating within our airspace that we're not properly tracking or mitigating. The FBI has both a law enforcement
sense
as
if
well
he's
as
a
a
lizard,
counterintelligence responsibility. So having objects that are harassing
Dave might
military
know.
bases as well as the general public over our national airspace squarely fits within their domain of responsibilities.
Yeah. You know, I think a lot of Americans are listening to this segment right now, seeing this headline saying, what, FBI agents, you know, looking into UFOs? How long have they been a group, Ryan, and tasked with investigating them?
Well, my understanding is that they kicked off this work
Who's
in about
Kyle
2020.
Odom? Is it a basketball
We've been
player?
engaging with them for the past year and a half. And what that primarily looks like, we receive a
Lamar
lot of
Odom?
reports at Americans for Safe Aerospace, some that might have serious national security implications. And so with the permission of the pilots or the witnesses, we've referred the pilot to interview with these groups such that these agents
I
can
mean,
then
have you seen
follow
that
up on the
video where his
reports,
eyes closed the wrong way
gather
or
additional
whatever?
information, talk to additional witnesses,
pretty compelling.
and look for gaps in our national security that they can address for the nation.
Do you know if they found anything so far? I mean, have they told you
Oh, they
anything,
found something,
any
babe.
specifics?
Well, of course, they're limited to what they can share with me about these ongoing investigations. I'm not read in or part of the group in an official capacity necessarily. We're essentially trying to do the right thing by ensuring these gaps don't go unmitigated. But from what I understand is that their investigations have been very fruitful, and they've been able to move the ball both in an unclassified and classified regime forward quite a bit.
And I understand several of them have told you that they're worried about losing their job in a
Chasing
Trump-targeted
waterfalls.
purge, since a lot of them worked on January 6th cases. You know, agents across the board have to fill out this questionnaire about their work on the Capitol attack. What are they sharing with you on that end, and what would your message to the White House be in regards to that?
Yeah, you know, there are expected to be a number
What
of
did she say?
purges within the FBI, and although this isn't a classified effort, it is a quiet effort within the bureau. And the fear was that
Purges?
these agents would get wrapped up into this larger removal of agents within the FBI and leave the UAP investigation essentially hung and dry where it is. So my message would be to the administration is to recognize the fantastic work that these agents are doing for our national security, and to ideally, directly to Director Patel, to formalize this effort within the agency and resource them so they can continue and expand their efforts.
You know, I mentioned right off the top, a lot of us
Who shot the
heard your
pastor at a
congressional
church because he
testimony
said,
last year. You've given us a lot of time
oh,
here
that
at
guy,
News Nation,
yeah,
which we're so
yeah.
appreciative of. You've sounded the alarm here on this network in the past, calling for
The
more
pastor doesn't
protections
even
for
have a scar?
whistleblowers
Really?
who have come forward to testify before Congress about these UFOs.
Are you sure he's not a lizard?
Ryan, where do
He's
your
probably a
concerns
lizard.
stand
then.
now as far as whistleblowers being
Kyle Odom was probably
willing and able
vindicated,
to
no?
speak out?
Sounds like a
Well,
vindication.
there absolutely is still concern from whistleblowers and even just witnesses. I'll separate those two a little bit because whistleblowers may have classified information they wish to share, where witnesses may have critical information to a national security concern that is of interest to the FBI. I'm not aware of if or how specific any investigation into classified efforts go within the FBI working group. But the work that has been done with the witnesses has been incredibly fruitful. And I think a lot of our witnesses are very appreciative that there is a serious agency that's looking into their concerns.
Well, we thank you and others for everything you've shared and done, and appreciate you kind of
no
taking us a little bit
scar.
more behind the scenes of this story that's coming to light. Ryan Graves, always good to have you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also, don't forget to click that red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
If you want to understand the first few weeks of the second Trump administration, go back and listen to what Steve Bannon told PBS's Frontline in 2019.
The opposition party is the media. And the media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. All we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover, but we gotta start with muzzle velocity. So it's gotta start, it's gotta hammer, it's gotta, muzzle velocity.
Muzzle velocity. Bannon's insight there is real. Focus is a fundamental substance of democracy. It is particularly the substance of opposition. People largely learn of what the government is doing through the media. So if you overwhelm the media,
a record-setting number of executive orders.
Everybody pardons. Violence, non-violence.
Including assaulting police officers.
Birthright citizenship. We live in unprecedented times right now.
if you keep it moving from one thing to the next.
So far,
gesture linked to Nazi salute.
Legal?
If you give it too many places it needs to look.
You've never been deported before?
All at once.
All federal grants and loans will be halted.
Look, there is a purge happening.
Frankly, unprecedented in its nature.
Guantanamo.
DEI.
The Gulf of America.
No coherent opposition can really emerge. It is hard to even think coherently. Donald Trump's first 2 weeks in the White House have followed Bannon's strategy like a script. The flood is a point. The overwhelm is a point. The message wasn't in any one executive order or announcement. It was in the cumulative effect of all of them. The sense that this is Trump's country now. It is his government now. It follows his will. It does what he wants. That he is limitless. If he says that birthright citizenship is over, then it's over. Or so he wants you to think.
Ooh.
In Trump's first term, people said, don't normalize him. In a second, though, the task, I think, is a little bit clearer. Don't believe him. Because Trump knows the power of marketing, the power of belief. If you make people believe something is true, you make it likelier that it becomes true. He clawed his way back to great wealth by playing a fearsome billionaire on TV. He remade himself as a winner after the 2020 election by refusing to admit he had ever lost. The American presidency is a limited office, but Trump has never wanted to be president. What he's always wanted to be is king. And his plan this time is to first play king on TV. If we believe he is already king, if we believe he already has all that power, we will be likelier to let him govern as a king. We will then give him that power. Don't believe him. Trump has real powers, but they are the powers of the presidency, the powers Joe Biden had, the powers Barack Obama had. The pardon power is vast and unrestricted, and so he could indeed pardon the January 6th riots. Federal security protection is under the discretion of the executive branch. And so yes, Trump could remove protection from Anthony Fauci and Mike Pompeo and John Bolton and Mark Milley, and even Brian Hook, this largely unknown former State Department official who's under threat from Iran, who even donated time to Trump's transition campaign.
I would be very happy to put President Trump's record in the Middle East against any other president.
All of this, it was an act of astonishing cruelty and callousness. This from a man who nearly died by an assassin's bullet months ago. As much as anything ever has been, this, to me, this was an x-ray of the smallness of Trump's soul. But it was an act that was within his official power. But the president cannot rewrite the Constitution. Within days, his birthright citizenship order was frozen by a judge, by a Reagan appointee, who told Trump's lawyers, I have difficulty understanding how a member of the bar would state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order. It just boggles my mind. Then, a judge froze Trump's spending freeze. He froze it even before it went into full effect. And shortly thereafter, the Trump administration rescinded the entire order, in part to avoid a court case. But it seemed pretty clearly obvious. What Bannon wanted, what the Trump administration wants, is to keep everything moving fast.
Muzzle velocity.
If you're always consumed by the next outrage, you can't look closely at the last one. Then the impression that Trump's power remains, and the fact that he's
Consumed by night
dementors
dementors.
is missed.
That's what I'm
The
consumed by.
projection
Look,
of
right
strength
here.
obscures the reality of weakness. Don't believe it.
Coming to you, Ezra
You can see this a
Klein.
few ways. Is Trump playing a part? Is he
Yeah.
making a bet, or is he triggering a crisis? Those, I think, are the options, and I'm not certain that even he knows the answer. Trump has always been an improviser. But if you take it as a bet, a calculation, then here is a bet he's making. Maybe this Supreme Court, stocked with his appointees, gives him powers no peacetime president has ever possessed. Perhaps all this becomes legal now that he's asserted its legality. It's not impossible to imagine that bet paying off for him. So what if the bet fails? What if Trump's arrogations of power are soundly rejected by the courts? Then comes a question of constitutional crisis. Does he just ignore the court's ruling? To do that would be to attempt a kind of coup. I wonder if they have responded for that. The withdrawal of the OMB order may suggest they don't, because bravado aside, Trump's political capital is thin. Gallup has Trump's approval rating at 47%. That is about 10 points beneath Joe Biden in January of 2020. Both in his first and his second terms, he entered office with approval ratings below that of any other president in modern era. And so I thought these defenses of Trump's firings would tell.
It is the belief of this White House and the White House counsel's office that the president was within his executive authority to do that.
The law says he's supposed to give you 30 days notice. He didn't do that. Do you think he violated the law?
Well, technically, yeah.
Do you believe that it's legal?
By definition, it's his administration. They work for him at the pleasure of the president. And if it's illegal, it should be legal.
So then ask yourself, why isn't Trump trying to make it legal? There is a reason Trump is doing all of this through executive orders rather than submitting these same directives as legislation to pass through Congress. A more powerful executive could convince Congress to eliminate the spending he opposes, or to reform the civil service to give him the powers of hiring and firing that he seeks. And there's a good reason to do that. To write these changes into legislation would make them more durable, and then they allow to argue their merits in a more strategic way, reforming the entire system. The Republicans at the moment, they have only a 3-seat edge in the House. Smallest majority since the Great Depression. They have a 53-seat majority in the Senate. Trump is obviously doing nothing.
Like everyone. And yo, what's up, Matt? Hello, welcome in, Raiders. We're talking about ethnic